Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は147日目です。It is day 147. A few things to do. We're on the clock now. Well, on the road to 15, right? The road to 15. It kind of looks like we might have some greatest hits on top of the pile. Possibly. Okay. So yesterday. Don't mind my shaky hands in the beginning. Omote. Oh, omote is go with surface or front. Front is kind of okay. Yeah. Sometimes it happens, right? Omote. And then oops. Yes. Shiso. Shiso. This was think, contemplate, ideology, thoughts, ideas. Okay. And oh my wobbly hand. Kokoro miru. Kokoro miru. Try to do something. Okay. I think those are the three. One-offs. One-offs. So far, one-offs. This one has others down the line. Well, something to look forward to. Alright, let's get into our reviews. Okay. Oh, I still forgot to do. It's okay. Today is gonna be okay. I still forgot to add a script for reordering. That's okay. Hopefully we don't encounter any of that. Oh. Oh. What?
Midori.
Midori. Okay. Excellent start. Typing the wrong thing. Okay.
Kakko.
Cool. Oops. Wait. Sticky. Sticky na kako da ne. What? What is going on?
緑色
合格する。解放する。
Okay. Finally hit the miss the button again and hit the I gotta change my mute button. It's too close to the enter button. Okay. Good start, good start.
芸能界
芸能界
女性
女性
人格
I need to be more consistent with that one. Jinkaku. What the Jinkaku?
願望
願望。ね。
失望
失望。
銀行
銀行。
完成
完成。
旅館
旅館。
一周
一周。
男性
男性。For example, no, wait. Oh, for example, life.例えば。
例えば
Lots of examples. In life. Okay. Is this? That's or yes. What? Wait.
せっかく
Dang it. Gaku. Dang it. Was trouble, alright.
お願いします
Negashima. What did I Ato.
水銀
Begin.
必死
Or frantic, I think. Something like that. Things of that nature.
性格
性格。ね。
芸者
芸者。
暗殺
暗殺。 I heard ansatsu a couple of times in One Piece recently. We're in the Wano arc. Okay.
念願
Engan. Ne?
性病
Debyo.
基本
Ihon.
食事
Yokuji. Okay.
本能
Honno.
執念
Chunen. What? Oh, just kidding. Chunen. 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 Inen? Oh, wait, no. Chunen. Like, lap the year. So what was Chunen? I keep wanting to type annual, but anniversary.
用事
Yoji. Huh. Yoji. Use things. Sure. I'm like tasks, matters, work. Uh,
希望
Evil. Then help.
例文
Ebun. Ebun.
妥協
Dakyo. That's a really familiar one, Dakyo.
自殺
Oops. Ah! What? Oh. Wait. What? Hold up. Oh.
境界
I keep typing the wrong thing. Kyokai. Oh, okay. That's why I think about it. This Kai. I'm thinking of this Kai. And not Go. Go and Kai are getting a little mixed up because of the hat. They kind of have a coming together, like a coming together, a unity feel to it. So like when you're fitting something together, like things that are suitable or fitting together is coming together, and then Kai is this Kai has a unity thing to like to meet, to gather up, to kind of coalesce into a group. So started kind of blending them together, and my instincts is going to the one that I see more often, which is Kai. as opposed to goal. And yeah. And I'm also having a lot of trouble with that. Or sort of like that. There's another one, jie to tie together, which is thread. And something else, which eludes me right now, but there's jie as well to tie together. So you have these three characters that have some sort of element of unity. And then when they're translated, most of the turn of phrases deal with some sort of coming together, like for one, right? Cooperation, or sorry, organization. So like cooperating is coming together to work on something. An organization cooperates and collaborates together. A meeting is coming together to meet each other. Like there's a lot of cooperation between the three. I gotta be a little bit more diligent. It's kind of nice. I prefer to be able to group. I like the idea of being able to group the essence of the characters, like based on their meaning and stuff, and not necessarily fundamentally based on strictly based on their reads and like their components. I like the idea of being able to feel the characters. So like, oh, if you place this character and this character, I'm looking forward to drawing soon in October again, and being able to like talk about how characters feel, like how words feel. So these things are making me I have stories behind them now, and then like they collectively group together. Like Midori is not just Midori, or like Gin and Midori are no longer just a bunch of collections of characters and radicals. They give me mental images. Like right now I'm thinking of a silver ring. When I think of a Giniro, I'm not thinking about the word silver. I'm just picturing something in my head that is silver. And that feels great. I think that's kind of fairly transformative. I think it's I'm definitely a lot quicker. I mean, sorry for those who believe or maybe do have some degree of aphantasia, but for myself, I like to leverage my mental imagery as well. Mental imagery is the non-verbal experience that transcends the ability of written language, right? When you see something, or other senses, when you get other senses involved, like your mind's eye, they don't require translation. You see something and you say what it is. Whatever you choose to call it. I mean, you could call it anything you want, really. You see something and it's like, that's a bubba. That's it. Like, let's just make any noise, like da 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 ta. That's how mama works. Actually, it's a fun little theory crafting, maybe like theory on linguistics when it comes to why mama and papa baba, that type of thing, that sound is nearly universal, or like very, very widespread, far more widespread across different languages than others, right? You ascribe the sounds that you can make, but often it's a response to the other senses. Maybe the smell of your parents, I know how that sounds, but the smell, the sound, and the sight of your mother and father gets associated with some of the sounds that you first make. And ma mama is a very, for whatever biological reasons and many other reasons, that is the sound that is very readily available. And then you have it in a lot of the languages. So pretty cool. Obviously, we'll not ever be able to necessarily explain that because it's observing after the fact. Perhaps. It's tracing back languages, but you would have to be able to somehow trace it back to a point when there wasn't written or historical recordings. Okay, let's see. Pretty neat though. Pretty neat.
式
Ski. Yep. Yep. I do have to admit though, I think if I had to, this might be a good or bad thing or whatever for other people, but doing SRS is so much. This is gonna be a very different take. I think doing SRS is so much harder to learn vocabulary than I could possibly imagine for myself personally, right? Because I haven't done, I'm not practiced with this and whatnot. But at the same time, I think, a bit of a hot take, I think there's elements of SRS that are, for me, I might concede that are fundamentally more difficult at the trade-off of other things, right? When it comes to like reading a story, doing graded readers and stuff. However, then you have to ask the question, then if this is so much harder, why are you doing it? It's because it's so much harder is what makes it interesting to me. So like watching anime, I'm far less engaged than doing SRS. I know how that sounds. Some people might say, no, but I really like watching anime. That's not engagement. Liking something, in my opinion, is not all of engagement. That's why you can like something and it might not be engaging. Like, for example, when you vibe, that's not engagement. That's passive participation, in my opinion. So the word I'm using when I say engagement is you are interacting. You are actively interacting with stuff. So when I'm watching anime, I'm like, yep, what they said, that's what they said. It's like, okay, story's moving along because I have all the context. I've read a lot of stories, I've heard a lot of stories, I've written a lot of stories, I've talked about a lot of stories, I listened to a lot of stories, I saw a lot of stories. So you have all of that working all at the same time. So I'm still in, like, particularly for me at least, I would say I'm still engaged in that nature. Other people, they vibe along. It's like, take me, immerse, like, lack of a better word, they immerse. I don't. I immersively engage, not immerse as in, all right, let's just vibe along with this story and like, okay. No, I immersively engage in it as in, oh, I wonder what's going to happen next. I think this is a setup for this. If it's a classical, if it's a classical Shonen Jump, the things that I know about this writer and this author, I think the next couple events would unfold like this. That is how I immersively engage with my content. So in my opinion, if I had to clarify people who does like all Japanese all the time, and then they usually talk about like immersing in native content and stuff, that's what I mean. That's what I think they're referring to, or trying to refer to, as in you have to immerse correctly. And I like to change the vocabulary, the jargon for it. It's immersive engagement. You are immersive learning, not immersing in things. When you immerse in something, you get lost in it. You become passive, like you're being swept away, like you're just vibing. So what is that? What's the difference between vibing? I vibe to music because I do not have foundational understanding of complex music. So I vibe the music. Like I was yesterday, I was talking to Bill, and he mentioned a math rock band called Toe, and I listened to Toe's top hit. It was called Goodbye, Goodbye or Goodbye. And I just vibed because I couldn't comprehend. That sounds familiar, right? I couldn't comprehend the polyrhythms. They feel great. I was intuiting the polyrhythm. Okay, that's a drum line. That drum line has 3 sets of rhythms that were laid staggered, and then okay, there's the bass line, right? And then there's and I was monitoring the beat of the person speaking, right, singing, and then like what pitch they were, but I couldn't organize it. I didn't know where the beat would go. I don't know why this polyrhythm or this 3 sets of unconventional rhythm with this bass line, the relationship between it and why that works. So it's kind of like that, where when you're watching anime and when people say, yeah, immersion learning is goated, immersive learning is more like immersive engagement. If you're thinking just passively consume things and things automatically happen, I disagree. And I think the things that people are describing are not that either. They hope that it becomes that, as in if you really care about your content, you seek to engage actively in it. And in this case, that's what SRS is to be. Where like if I keep reading all these context sentences, it's actually not as it's not as engaging as trying to look at this character, figure out all the sounds that I have over and over again, like doing it over and over again. Like, what's the onyomi? What's the kunyomi? What is my mnemonic and story behind this character? Like, I'm creating that over and over again. And it's like expanding. The more characters I get, the more, like, this is related to weak. It might not look like it's weak because weak needs a road or a scooter, but it's still fantastic. And then eventually, you know, in the evening comes along, I get to watch anime and stuff. Then I'm engaging it using other tools. Like, I'm no longer doing this, what's the onyomi? What's the kunyomi? No, now when I watch an anime scene, I'm like, what is going to happen next? And what would I say in Japanese when it's going to happen next? Like, you know, Luffy is approaching Big Mom, right? Sorry, spoilers for the 1000th episode or something. Luffy is approaching Big Mom. What would he say when he sees Big Mom? It doesn't say like "Ohayo gozaimasu," right? He doesn't say that. He's gonna say, "I'm gonna kick your butt," but I still don't know how to say that. But when the Japanese comes up, I'm like, that's probably close to "I'm going to kick your butt," and not those words, but you know, or like, so you start blending all the things together. Like, I think there's one thing that I've learned from how people describe their methods, that they do not, oftentimes they use the same methods that they practice one-to-one into their new methods, instead of exploring different methods for different interactions. So for example, do I do the same thing I do in WaniKani When I'm watching anime, I don't. And it's not even close. Like, I don't hear a word and say, oh, that's Kun, that's On, that's this character. No, it's different. Like, I see a scene, I see characters, the guy is shouting about something, they're emoting, there's, you know, other feedback. And I think it's not because people are doing things wrong or right. I actually think it's inexperience. Inexperience and myopia. Figurative myopia, not like eyesight myopia. And what I mean by that is, if you are so trained and so great and invested in a very selective method, then when the content or the way the content presents itself limits the application of the thing that you are excellent at, right? By any means, and it could be sufficient too. Like, you could be sufficient at using graded readers to be potentially fluent or whatever your end goal is. You can learn a lot of Japanese through one method. And again, when that method is no longer applicable to another method, generally speaking, that person who's an expert at that method would reject or push back on other methods, largely because they either don't want to do it, don't see the point in doing it, or the goal has already been reached sufficiently with the method that they have. And for myself, that's not engagement. That's grinding endurance training on that method, which can work for individuals who only do that and it reaches their goal and provides the necessary thing. That to me, in a really big hot take, is learning like a child. You nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. To learn like a child is to pick one method and swing for the fences. The last time I checked, I'm a postdoctoral adult, and even across the short period of language learning, like 1.5 years, I've engaged in like 12 different methods, and I would say 8 of them came outside of language learning. And to me, that's how engagement works. Like, I'm constantly engaged. When I'm looking at this character, I'm doing like 6 or 7 things at the same time. And that's cool because there's a lack of information. There's just legitimately a complete lack of information. It forces you, or it forces me, not saying others, because others might not have the same mindset, right? They might come in with one tool, and if the tool doesn't match the problem, then it's horrible. It's the worst method of all time, right? I come in with a utility box, and I'm just going to be like, oh, no, that doesn't work. Let's go. This kind of works. Let's combine this tool and make it work. And that active engagement in trying to figure it out is my favorite thing. Like, I can't, every morning or every time I get up and I go for a run, my first thought is, I usually feel quite tired, like, oh, I have to do my WaniKani and HanziHero today. But the moment WaniKani and HanziHero starts, I'm like chucking along, and I remember, oh man, I missed this. Right? There's limited information, and you're just trucking along. So I'm having like a opposite. I feel like I'm having the opposite experience that other people are having, where they this gets old. Like, it gets old because you're constantly doing the same thing, and you're doing it even longer and longer, and it doesn't seem like progress is happening because it's slowing down in retrospect to the goal, the context, right? Your vocabulary is going to increase slowly with respect. It's going to slow down with respect to the whole, right? Learning 10 vocabulary words seem slower when you already know 1,000 versus when you know only 10. But in fact, the rate is still the same. if you keep the rate the same. However, for me, like, there's so much things going on in my head when I'm just staring at this character, and I think that's kind of that's what I describe here is often a big reason why I cannot relate or empathize. I could kind of sympathize with most of the people that I've talked to over the brief 1.5 years when it comes to learning something. When you learn something, like, the harder it gets, the more tools you have to use. And I have a lot of toys up here and a lot of things to do up here. So the more I get to do, the more exciting it is. No, it's not the same as mechanically doing the same thing and refining the mechanics. It's more like the intellectual side of things. It's probably another hot take of why I don't really enjoy heavy input focused video games, because input focused video games, that's great. I see the appeal of it, but oftentimes, in order to achieve those input video games to a great extent, it comes at a trade-off, right? A compromise of intellectual engagement. And then you have the polar opposite, where you have puzzle games, which suspends the mechanical input. However, in both sides, the physical mechanical input also has some mechanical intellectual properties behind it, just less so. And then the intellectual one do have some mechanical properties to it. Like, for example, if you were introduced to the scientific method, I really can't believe I'm saying that now. If you were introduced to the scientific method, because I actually genuinely believe that there are teenagers now who graduate high school and are not familiar with the scientific method anymore, or have forgotten immediately, or just didn't pay attention to the scientific method. That is prescriptional. The scientific method comes as the foundation of trying to set the groundworks for mechanical intellectual exploration. However, that's the beginning. It's the basics of scientific inquiry. It's dogmatic. And then you find there's so much more complexity and nuance in intellectual endeavors, and one of them often it involves, if you're interested in learning a new language, you kind of tackle and stimulate that. Hopefully you stimulate that problem solving skills again. However, I think from my experience, nope. I think the vast majority of people just want to be told what the solution is to get to their goal. Duolingo, WaniKani is part of the path to whatever my goal is in learning Japanese. It is not prescribed. Someone didn't coerce me into believing that it does everything. It was out of academic curiosity. And then from that academic curiosity, I can evaluate where I want to go in order to reach my goals, or whatever academic curiosities I have, right? Very different from someone who trusts someone, did not come up with anything, did not troubleshoot, did not self-evaluate, and fully have a trust me bro situation and hope that they keep looking at the goal while not focusing on their progress, like their day-to-day. So I think that's more the perspective of people that I usually talk to. They are constantly mapping how much closer they are getting to their goal, as opposed to what was it? Mokse? I got goal recently. It might be in this group actually. So I need to start using that a little bit. But yeah, it's so much fun. I don't know. I hope like there's some people out there who still find being restrictive like being provided limited information is absolutely 100% engaging. And honestly, being native speaking, I'm going to be very direct about this. It's incredibly overrated right now. Like, what I mean by that is the aspect of elitism and the cult-like status around achieving native speech is it's unintentionally toxic to intellectual exploration. So yes, certainly doing this in isolation is not going to get you to a prescribed place, but this in itself, this exploration offers other things. Like, it's kind of like playing a puzzle game, and the only solution you want is how a real puzzler efficiently solves a puzzle game. Or you could be that other person who bumbled through your way using like 1,000 steps, as opposed to like a 5-step optimized native approach to puzzle solving. And eventually I'm going to be able to listen to native content and then have my perspective on native content, but it's not going to replace all the other goofy things that I've discovered along the way. And that's what makes me really excited to talk about Japanese and Chinese every day. Like, did you know? It's like, but that's what's not what it was intended. You know, a native speaker will come by. It's like, well, that's not what it actually means. And they're like, this is the correct way. Then I'm not talking to you. You're not someone who's meeting my mindset. You're supposed to, in my opinion, I like to meet people who say, oh, but this is how we use it, and this is how native speakers use it. But that is a really interesting point that I've never thought about, because I'm a native speaker and I never thought of it that way because you don't speak my native language, for example. So the idea is exchanging different perspectives, cultural exchange, right? Like when I hear a Japanese person learn English, the way they go about interacting with English and like remembering the words, and if they spend time explaining how they got to the English word and like why it's weird, why it's hard for them and whatnot, that to me is probably the most interesting thing as a native speaker. Like, it's not frustrating or sad or angry that someone keeps pronouncing like gutto as opposed to good. Like, there's no pause. It's good, not gutto, right? So, but I can understand that. So they say gutto. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Can I borrow can I borrow your way of saying goodbye, right? Like that's great. And then of course, making that connection also allows me to say, when they say goodbye, I say goodbye. But now my bye is kind of a little bit weird, but at the same time, it's kind of cool. I think that to me embodies what it's like to learn another language. Not, I do not resonate. It's not that I have anything against people like that. Like we don't have a mindset connection. I do not resonate. You might have my sympathies and maybe my adoration for doing it in a way that I cannot, or choose not to. I guess the word is choose not to. I see learning and being engaged in another culture as a way of cultural exchange, not a cultural isolation or cultural compartmentalization. It's not us and we. It's not we and them or I and you, right? Us and them is all of us. So whenever someone goes out and says, oh, that's what you would say, but that's what they say, I'm like, okay, I can appreciate that. It is your prerogative to think that. For me, I want all of that to be part of me. Like, I don't want to be I don't want to be seen as a Japanese person when I'm not. I also don't want to be seen as only an American English speaking person who doesn't understand Japanese. Kind of want to see a blend of it. And then the privilege, quote unquote privilege, I know that sounds a little bit self-entitled or whatnot, is I want to meet a Japanese person who finds interacting with an English speaker who's also learning Japanese as enthusiastic as I am, that they are interested in communicating with someone who speaks English, because it's so magical. It's so fun to see how other people look at my common language. I don't even get an opportunity to there is like a one or two exceptions on the internet, but I don't even get to see what people interact with when I start speaking Fujiwa. And when I go Fujiwa, 冇能會擺做聽。聽啊，伊講有人有人普通話仲話 right? Like, and it's like, oh, that sounds kind of like Southern Chinese or like Taiwanese or something, and that's as much interaction as I get because you don't have people learning the language or seeing or writing the language. So it baffles me how unintentionally toxic, if not directly aggressively toxic, that the language learning, the greater language learning community, I know this is not everyone, but the ones that are the loudest, as in the one that tries to distill and stir the pot, they have a resounding appearance and presence that kind of is sufficient to stir people away from the magic of learning different languages. Because yes, I do agree with that one person who basically sounded like a hypocrite, but I did agree with their intent of saying that learning another language is a window into other people's cultures and forms of expression and thinking even. But I disagree with this person that somehow your language is the thing that restricts how eclectic your mind can be. It's really the culture and the myopia of culture that limits how your mindset works. So in a way, that guy was saying, oh, you can learn more cultures, and with that, you can be less myopic. You can become more cultured, right? Through learning like a language on the side. Like if the language opens you up to an interest in the culture, you become more cultured. But the guy, when he was presenting that case, he sounded myopic. He kept pushing away other things while only selectively embracing the things that is not being cultured. That is being actually racist, but that's besides the point. I like the idea. And I'm still smiling despite all of that because that's what language learning is about. It's about looking at that and all you're thinking is like, I'm thinking Chinese right now, and like it's kind of hard to read a lot of these context sentences without thinking in Chinese, which is so fantastic. Anyways, I had to, because sometimes I'm randomly like smiling because there's so many things going on in my head. But if I keep saying everything that's going on in my head, I'm literally gonna run out of time doing any of my reviews. Anyways, that's give you an idea. The last 25 minutes, it happened in like 2 minutes as I was looking at this character. Those are all the thoughts, like some of the thoughts that I've had just by looking at this character. It's wild. It's shocking to me how focused other people can be when I'm not focused at all. Like I have some massive manic meandering thoughts whenever I'm doing this, and I don't think it's crippling with practice. Like think about it now. I haven't finished this entry in the last 25 minutes. In some people's lens, they would think that's being distracted, and it is. It can be, but you can also learn a lot from it. You can leverage it, right? I can stare at one character and I can talk about it for hours. It's fine. There's a lot of things going on. I understand when people talk about, oh, they're easily distracted and they can't focus. It's like, well, I can barely have one straight thought. Like, stay on the task, right? Stay on the task. Like, that's well and good, but there are lots of benefits, or lots of utility. We'll say utility, not benefits, but utility, from being able to get at a lot of things, you know, get at one thing from a lot of angles. So much fun. Okay. Anyways, so I'm actually now stuck on this character. Okay, that's not it. Oh, right.
周り
周り I don't think it stays the same, right? No. Does it? No.
Hone.
Hone.
Ichigo.
Ichigo.
Rise.
Ise. Wait. Feature a reason? Oh, like, okay, we're fine.
Gazo.
Gazo. Okay.
Minasan.
Minasan.
Kokkaku.
Kokkaku. Ne? Okay.
Satsujin.
Satsujin. What? Wait.
Mairu.
Mairu. I typed the wrong thing.
Nozomu.
Nozomu.
Soudan.
Soudan.
Saino.
I know. That's not how you spell talent.
Kanryou.
Hanyo.
Korosu.
Korosu. Uh-oh. Um... No, this is weak. Alright, so we have preserve plus 2. We're looking for the kun. How many kuns do we have? Or do we have a word outside of this? So we have ho for onyomi. It's definitely not hotsu. Preserve. What are we preserving? I feel like I have 2, right? 2 vocabulary words with this. No. Something には毎日トレーニングなでは出ます。That doesn't help. This one's tough. So we have hoji. Hoji is to keep. Hoji, then seiho, which is life insurance. And then Hoji suru. Yeah, this is the only one. I think this is the only one of the kun reads. I actually think this is going to be the same issue, where this is the only different. This is special. This is the only special vocabulary word. It's the same situation. It keeps coming up every time. There's not much to do with it other than no. I think, in my opinion, these things are probably the weakest part about SRS. Because they don't have any like meta layer of convergence on this. It's the same for HanziHero as well. Because there are more exceptions than anything. And exceptions require high repetition, in my opinion. And I don't think it's high repetition like in the same manner, like having the same repetition. You just find it out in the wild and hope to converge on it. So what would I say? I think it's tamotsu, but I don't know why it's tamotsu. Yeah, it's tamotsu.
保つ
Okay, to preserve something, yes, we know. But what do you got for it? If you want to learn how to preserve something like fruits and oh yeah, this one's terra bad. Tomatoes, tamotsu. you start with tamots. Oh my gosh, this one. So what we're thinking about tamots or tomatoes. I haven't thought about any extra layers to add to this. No. I just need to be a little bit more goofy for tamots. Okay. Alright. I mean, I'm obviously repeating it myself, so at the end of the session and at the beginning of the next session, we repeated it another few times, see if it alleviates until I find some other way to connect it to something. I am willing to bet it is probably the only tamots. And wait, and probably the only example of the kun. So tamot, right? But everything else is whole. Let's see. Yeah, we got the 4, right? Hoji, seiho, and then there's tamotsu, and then hoji suru. This is hoju teki. Yeah. I didn't get this character yet. Hoshu teki, right? Hojo, hoken, hozon. Oh, that's interesting. Hozon. Yep. Hoshu shiki. Hoshu shugi. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Hoko. Hogo suru. And yeah, they're all holes. So it's tamo that we gotta make some extra effort into tamo. Tamotsu. I am not surprised the least bit that I ended up on one that has the least convergence. The exceptions, right? The exceptions. It could be a high frequency word though, right? One thing that could be used to weight some of this is maybe have like a weighted frequency of use, but the frequency of use would then require context sentences and paragraphs, and that's where like graded readers come in really well, and other things where you can see that it's used very often because by frequency, then when you're describing stories and whatnot, it'll come off more frequently. So I'm not too concerned about exceptions. If those exceptions are very high frequency and you engage in other content, right? Other content and other things, the exceptions end up becoming incredibly ingrained, largely because if they have high frequency use. If they aren't, they're forgotten, and you learn them through the context of other things. So you can surmise enough of what the special exceptions are, whether you could read it or not, or pronounce it, or what have you. There's going to be a point of reference in which you can infer what it means, and that's fine too, right? So not concerned. However, it is worth highlighting and trying to repeat the exceptions. If there's any language that I would say embodies the spirit of needing to repetitiously be exposed to either the same thing or various things, would be English. In contrast to what that person said, that translating and repeating things over and over again and stuff and remembering vocabulary, it's not about that because it's not culturally relevant. But those things are, in my opinion, arguably also part of the language learning experience, and it is culturally relevant for certain languages. English is most definitely one of them, even though that person literally cited English as not an exception. As in, you do not have to repeatedly hear could instead of, the difference between could, would, should versus like mold. And I don't know. I can't even think of the exceptions, right? The exceptions come up when they come up. So it's interesting when someone says you can't possibly understand and learn something about English speakers and how they approach languages and stuff because you're not engaging or immersing in native content, but you're trying to break it down in something. What do you think grammar classes are for? And why are kids growing up with vocabulary like that? That's how I learned English. I guess maybe I'm just the guy that's wasted most of his life learning English very, very differently from all my classmates or something like that, and that somehow makes you understand the English culture, like English speaking, whatever English speaking country you're referring to. It's weird. It's all of the above. It's all of the above. I think I definitely push back a lot more when someone like aggressively pushes aside things that exist already. You can encourage people to do other things, but marginalizing something, especially something that is the majority, is a weird way to approach demonstrating how wise you are, for example. So like when someone goes up to someone and say, grammar is not important. Oh yeah? What evidence do you have for grammar is not important? My evidence, not all the people that grew up learning grammar when they acquired their first native language. In English, I can only even speak about English classes, like American even English classes. So I mean, some even other Americans would argue with me like, nah. I learned to speak English and I failed grammar class, or like I failed English class. That's perfectly fine. When you fail, that doesn't mean you didn't learn anything. I'm just saying, like, and then when you listen to other people, other native speakers, like in the United States, they might not have failed their grammar classes or English classes. Where do you think they are giving you the structure and stuff of, like, for instance, if you ever think that I'm a native English speaker, then you are inheriting the consequence of someone who studies grammar. And that, to me, is why I have a particular bone to pick with individuals who, instead of pushing forth and refining, constantly demonstrating how great their methods are, they spend even more time pretending, ignoring, or aggressively downplaying what already exists. If you have an evidence-based approach on why your method is better, I don't necessarily think you have a requirement to ignore or pretend and marginalize other evidence that goes against your premise. That, to me, is someone who is excellent at linguistics, but probably underbaked in logic and scientific inquiry. It kind of makes it even worse for me when someone says objectively and scientifically this is the most optimal way of learning a language, and then you go to their evidence-based approach of what their methods are, and it's a lot of wonderful supporting evidence for their methods while having fallacious logic refuting other evidence that is honestly irrelevant to the efficacy of their method. Like someone selling immersion while saying other methods are bad. It's not relevant to how effective your immersion is. And then saying that they don't work when they clearly do is, in my opinion, a red flag for that person. As in, they spend more time trying to refute their competitors or other conflicts of interest instead of playing with them, or maybe even integrating some of that into their method. So if you start your prevailing way of portraying your product or your method by not talking about your method, that to me is a logical fallacy. That's fallacious logic. Like telling me Anki is great by starting with Duolingo sucks. That is, Anki is great whether or not Duolingo sucks. It's irrelevant if Duolingo sucks. And then, you know, someone will say like, well, no, Duolingo is relevant to Anki because Duolingo is trying to do SRS wrong. And I'm like, if it's doing it wrong, have you considered the idea that it's not doing the same thing? Because clearly Anki and Duolingo have, you're suggesting that there are two different populations of people, right? That's compartmentalization. Like Anki users can't be Duolingo users and Duolingo users can't be Anki users, right? That's the way I think language learners, especially gurus, present their case. If you're immersion, you can't possibly learn grammar. If you're immersion, you can't possibly do translational work because it doesn't work. That's kind of I feel the strongest. I still have my fingers crossed that those are minority opinions, as in the louder minority voice or the louder gurus out there, the louder people, because they want to make money, they want to sell products, and they truly believe in their method, and I totally give them all the prerogative. Like, they have the right to do that and celebrate that. Much like I have the right to tell them that that sounds incredibly unengaging, to view and reductively reduce the richness of academic exploration by limiting yourself to that. Yeah, I can tell you now, I am that kid in the back of the class that was creating like designs out of sentence diagrams in English class. Like, dude, I've never thought of deconstructing an English sentence with like brackets and stuff. It's like a video game. I'm practically making a maze, and I would love someone to make a video game out of sentence diagramming. There is one that's kind of close, like close in concept, and is what is the game called? Like Baba, or like Baba ends with you. Wait, hold up. What is that game called? Because they play on language. What is it? Baba is You. I love the concept of this game. I still haven't played it, but Baba is You is fantastic. It's a great example of under the hood you can see how using English as a puzzle game, where you play on words by moving the words around that creates like different ways of interaction. That in my opinion is for someone who likes grammar or sentence graphing or people who like linguistics. So it's someone who likes language learning is not someone who dismisses aspects of, in my opinion, of language learning, period. Someone who likes to appear like they are a native speaker and speak well their native language, that's perfectly fine. I think it's a little bit disingenuous or misleading when you put yourself as a person who has the solution to language learning or encouraging people to want to learn a language, and then you spend most of your time discouraging language learners or a specific type of language learner. Even in fact, it's not even that there are those specific types of language learners. They're targeting an imaginary ideal language learner in order to push their product. Like, oh, you'll never become fluent if you always translate. The last time I checked, you can try really, really hard to always translate, and I still don't think even the most diehard people will always be translating. Like, there are going to be words that if you always translate for like 10,000 times, you're going to passively not stop translating because it will be so dull that you found other ways. Like, imagine something, like a picture that's not translating to them, apparently. Like what I said earlier, like Midori, I saw Midori so many times. All I see is a green block. I actually see a creeper, by the way. I see a Minecraft creeper when I think of Midori. This is what I imagine. That's actually what I'm picturing right now, immediately when I see Midori. So I don't know. It's so absurd and so disappointing that someone could be so narrow-minded and try to sound so cultured at the same time. Like, oh, I'm really cultured. By the way, I think that lots of language learners, all they do is translate. They always translate. Well, you'll never become fluent when you're always translating. It's like, I agree. But the vast majority of people don't always translate. In fact, I would say less than 5% of people always translate. Like, what does that even mean, always translate? And then never being fluent? Well, when you always do something, then you never do something else. So if you always speak English, you're never going to be fluent in Japanese. Yeah, that's true. If you're always writing, you're never gonna learn how to speak. If you're always listening, you're never gonna see. That's the idea. It's provocative when you follow the narrative. It's not provocative. It's actually asinine and myopic and misleading when you step back and think about what human beings do on a normal basis. Like, what are you doing when you're sleeping? Are you always translating too? I don't understand. Like, how can you be so confident in saying always and never, and it's the same as selling a product? Results guaranteed. I was like, yeah, it sounds great on paper if results are guaranteed. It's like, oh wait, let's go read the fine print. Results are guaranteed if you're always translating, right? That makes sense. So if you are a person who only thinks in English, I guarantee you'll get better at Japanese if you buy my product. Well, yes, of course, you're selecting for someone who always translates. Or you're trying to. Then of course your success will be like 99.9%. And that's, in my opinion, how internet commerce works. Do you always feel depressed? Well, buy my book. It will almost be guaranteed that whatever I say, you'll be less depressed. Because you bought the book, you're psychologically invested at least 1% more than the depression you have now. Of course, you can nearly guarantee a better result because anyone who purchases something has a placebo effect. At minimum, have a placebo effect. And then when you are advertising it, you are literally trying to target the person who's always depressed. Yes, your product is going to work then. Even placebo produces more than 0%. In fact, placebo produces most of the effects of people who, instead of using statistics and evidence, they present all or none cases. Let me know what people think. I'm genuinely curious how often when someone says, if you have a product right now, and speaking blankly to this nebulous mold in the future, the next time, if anyone, you're watching, you're scrolling, and then you see this product, and this person's like, oh man, I really believe in this product. Then rewatch the ad and ask yourself, what is this product targeting? And what are the keywords that are being used to target the product? Because this product can be incredibly successful if they are able to convey the target audience. And then evaluate how small and exceptional that target audience is. It's a great exercise in understanding how a product could be so hyperbolically well received, right? Well received as in the people it helps, it does help those people. The question is, are you one of those people? If you're like, I'm kind of like 50-50, then there's a 50-50 chance that it'll help you. So then when you buy into a product, you don't get slapped in the face and say, oh, it didn't work for me, but I bought it, it's on me. Or you could like violently put 1-star reviews, however. But emotional upset tends to be nearly double-edged to the person who's targeting. So the stronger and more selective their targeting audience is, comes with a double edge. However, it also means if they're very effective at communicating to a very specific audience, their product will be consistently successful and it'll be well received. That is to explain what a niche product is. For example, there are wonderful communities who still swear by taking silver droplets or, I don't know, antibacterial prevention or something, because like apparently silver chelates bacteria and it's inert in your body, like as long as it targets the proper audience. So in my opinion, that is exercising clarity in scientific analyses. If someone is saying, hey dear stranger, are you always struggling with Japanese vocabulary? Like when you listen to an anime and you're just like, you can't put the words together, like everything just sounds the same. Well, I've got a product for you. We're gonna teach you at least one sentence a day, and that's one sentence more than you know. So that product would be targeting someone who believes that they understand nothing about Japanese, right? So if you understand, if the ones that they're targeting are more likely to believe they understand nothing about Japanese, then anything they sell is more than nothing about Japanese. That's emotional targeting. Businesses, wonderful snake oil salesmen are very excellent. Well, not excellent, but target low-hanging fruit. It sounds less striking and emotionally impactful when you say, huh, if you're an advanced learner, and you're well aware of what you need, this product may not work for you. However, give it a try anyways. That is typically an advanced product, a product that has nuance and you can't cater to the awareness and you can control your target audience because your target audience is incredibly wise already. What does that look like? Stepping into a scientific seminar and presenting to a peer of multidisciplinary 200 plus audience, and all of them will make you nervous, and you're going to try your hardest to be as encompassing and exclusive while also rebuttaling in the speech, in the talk. So what does that sound like? Politics? Or you're a scientific seminar. Like if you walk in and watch someone present at a scientific conference, they will often sound like they sort of have observations, sort of have results, sort of have a theoretical model, but rarely does it ever say things like, oh, I believe this is true, this is going to happen, that will happen, and this is what we thought, and it did happen. That's salesman's. And I honestly think that is incredibly amateurish. Yes, it's amateurish, but it's profitable. It's incredibly profitable. So you can have very well received products as long as the target audience is specific. And I do that too in seminars. Like, who is my audience? Who are my audience, right? How many groups and stuff, and I would make the seminar appropriate for the audience. That increases the chance of pragmatic success. Although for that case, often academics come first as opposed to trying to sell them something. So interesting. I thought about this quite a lot because I've been told to try a lot of products, like quite a lot of products, and without saying too much, I'm gonna spoil this already. And most products that I use, I'll find ways to make it useful, and that's about it. I'm usually satisfied when I buy a product. Does that mean that it gives other product producers reason to slack off and target ideal audiences in order to make a quick buck? That's up to ethics and moral dilemmas, but I can definitely see justifications or rationales for them. In terms of language learning, I think there's a huge market for insecurity. Are you afraid of spending hours learning Japanese? And what they're saying is they're targeting someone who doesn't want to do that. They're targeting someone who doesn't want to learn the language. They're targeting someone who wants the result of the language with the least amount of effort. Those are very clear business tactics, and they work for money. And they also work to satisfy people. Like, you're still getting people to learn the language. Mission accomplished, right? For myself, I don't buy those products. Like, I tend to avoid those products. So if you want to hear my 2 cents, is that I would say, how insecure are you about learning something? Measure that, and then ask yourself, how commonly will you overspend and overcommit on that insecurity? In my opinion, that may lead to a more fruitful and potentially ability to establish a lifelong relationship with the target language. Without having enough self-awareness, one can become incredibly vulnerable to emotional targeting. Like, for example, gacha games. They can target gambling, the lack of self-awareness to gambling compulsions, right? depression, targeting FOMO, right? Targeting recency bias. I'm a recency bias guy, so I keep that in my front all the time. When someone asks me what's my favorite anime, recency bias. I usually talk about the things most recent because they are most emotionally available, the most current information, and they relate to the most number of people outside myself. So I typically talk about something that's recent. And then I try to practice this exercise of wait, but if you want me to say something from the past, I can give you a couple examples, right? I think a lot of this deals with people who want to make money, but also gather money to pursue their calling, right? However, the way they do business is not because they specialize in business. They see what other people do in the business that is most efficacious in raising money while also pushing for a good cause. So in this day and age, the internet targets people's insecurities in order to sell a product. And since that is the most pragmatic way and have demonstrated statistically and with evidence that it has become the most efficacious in order to farm people online, then sure enough, it's not necessarily an act of malicious intent, but more of an act of being efficient, right? What is the most efficient way to learn Japanese? That's what you're looking for. I'm not looking for that. But what motivates someone to obligatorily look for the most efficient way to learn Japanese? They might have an insecurity or a concern about how much time it takes to learn Japanese, because they believe the more time you spend learning Japanese, the less and less likely they will be successful, right? That would be a natural logic of way. So if you understand that logic, you can target that logic with your product. Hit all the key points. Make language learning fun, make it engaging, also make it have less time, and then phrase that in a way that is bad, but your product removes that. So, are you afraid of spending 10 hours of language learning, memorizing, and then only to forget it next week? And then you go and watch your favorite things and realize that you spent 3 months and you can't even process what's going on in the anime? Well, my product will allow you to watch those same anime episodes, and it'll break down automatically what you need to do and what you need to hear in real time as you're watching the anime. Sure, our product might extend the time of the anime, like it would take time and we would slow down the anime and add some time to your anime exploration, but you like that anime and you are also learning something in the process. Check, check, check. That's 4 insecurities in a row, and you have a product for immersion, right? You hit the 4 or 5 insecurities, and then you present a solution, and you turn any potential logical fallacies into incentive, into a convenience. So no, you're not being more efficient. When you're watching the anime passively, you are consuming less content when you are using an aid like, I don't know, Plucko or plugin or sentence mining. But they know, the person knows that if you can make a product active for someone while also using that time to layer the activity a person already uses, it is the least resistance to a habit formation. And in the future, when you're watching anime, you naturally develop a habit of pulling up your Plucko and pulling up your Anki for mining purposes. But it might not look like mining. It may look like immersion, because you're immersively learning in the activity that you have, and it will no longer, in my opinion, seem like you're doing an activity like this, because you don't typically do this. The last time I checked, when you're talking to someone, you don't see a card show up like this, right? And then you assembled it and whatnot, right? However, this is a different dimension of language learning. So you can spin it all you want. Generally speaking, all of these things come together. They're part of the whole. And no, I don't sell products, but I came up with that thing on the spot. So maybe it might not sound as eloquent as the next influencer who's trying to sell your product, but give me like 6 months. If someone hires me to make a product and then like a slogan for their product, I think 6 months is very sufficient to create something of that influence. But that is understanding how human behavior works, consumerism and communication. I think a lot of people, they don't really worry about the business consequences side of things and their product things. They really truly believe in their method, and they're going to do whatever they can to make that method widespread. And in the end of the day, it's not malicious. It's a balance between being pragmatic and also pushing their vision, right? And it can lead to more people learning Japanese or be interested in Japanese. So you could say, you could be like a goal-oriented person and say, well, it's the ends that justifies the means. And I, in response, would say it's the journey that matters, not the destination. So I'm on the other side of things, right? The destination is fantastic when you get there, whatever it is, but every destination along the way is also a destination. So, all this a really hot take, but so far, I've met quite a lot of people who want to believe that they like the journey, but oftentimes whenever they talk and speak about things, they're talking about the destination, and rarely do their satisfaction, at least in my opinion, exercise that they enjoyed the journey versus the destination. And that's perfectly all right. I think being aware of that is very powerful. It can like allow one to feel like they're in control of their decision making, as opposed to being swayed by a person who maybe coincidentally targets your vulnerabilities, your insecurities. Like, how do scammers work? And this time I'm actually talking about malicious people, not any of these people. So we're not talking about like language learners who aren't businessmen, but they need to make a living out of their passion stuff. We're not talking about that. Those are unintentional. They're magnanimous in a way, but also pragmatic magnanimity, right? But now we talk about scammers. Scammers are even more amateurish. They deliberately, full stop, unequivocally place in as little effort as possible, but target the most available insecurities. Like, for example, masquerading as an IRS agent in the United States around tax day, right before April 13th. I don't even know when the tax day deadline. I usually do my taxes three months in advance. They target people who are right at the end, and then they would masquerade as IRS agents, which is actually a crime, but I guess if you don't get caught, you keep doing it. So they masquerade as government officials and tell you, hey, you have missed your tax deadline, or tax deadline's approaching. I know that you're avoiding tax things. I've heard, they tackle fear to thing. And if you're aware of your taxes and you keep active engagement of your taxes, when that person calls and leaves like this fake IRS message, my first thought is, I already did my taxes. I checked it yesterday. In fact, I keep track of it. There's no way I could be scammed by this. because I already keep track of my stuff. That's the same technique that the loudest and most sensational language learning influencer is using, but in a coincidental way, right? Because what you see is they're not businessmen, at least in my opinion. Some are, some might be not, but when a person releases their first product and they're not in the business field, you typically look at other businesses and how they work and then start there, right? So they're doing the refinement thing. So no like grievances against first-time businessmen. Like I don't sell products. So the first time I'm going to sell products, I'm probably going to make a lot of the same starts and then see where it goes from there. You know, you start with a business model, test it. If it works, then you refine it. So everyone has to start somewhere. So my observations about business is observing other businesses. Maybe my starting position is a little bit in a different consideration, but still it would require experience. Scammers, in my opinion, uses the least amount of effort and target the lowest hanging fruit in order to get people to buy your product. And I think the internet, most people like to do what they want. Like what I mean is they want to do their dream job and stuff. So business is not the biggest concern for them. So what they kind of often do out of convenience is to mirror whatever is working now. Cue the microtransaction live service model and shoving AI down your throat, that type of thing, right? And I think language learners, people who sell language learning methods, teachers and stuff are not exceptions. We're all human. So I don't want to make it sound like this is a bad thing or people are inherently bad, or but you got to start somewhere. So that's a way to deflate a lot of possibly a little direct, a little aggressive that I was becoming. All right. Anyways, lots of thoughts. Lots of thoughts. Okay.
Ganko.
Ganko. I was gonna save some of this type of talk for when I play Neverwinter today, but I couldn't resist. Couldn't resist.
Gin.
Oru.
Oru. Okay.
映画館。
映画館。
私立。
私立。No. No. Wait. Like stand? What? Wait. Pizza. Koichi. So Jiritsu is Shiritsu and Jiritsu. It's the way they're no. Yeah, I think the way this is the English that they're using doesn't help with it. Jiritsu and Shiritsu needs to change. I don't think this helps the way they're doing these two. So let's go back. It's one of the answers that I typed, but it's not quite there. And I had this problem multiple times. And then Jiritsu is the thing that's paired with as well. So I think this is supposed to be private or personal, but they don't have personal. Yes. So we're gonna... Oh, they do have personal. I'm gonna write private life and personal life as well. Because you're talking about something that's personal and private to you. Like your personal life's area, your personal, like your private life's area, things that are of yours. So that to solidify this. And Jiritsu is independence, freedom, and choice or something like that. So oftentimes, like when you're talking about Shiritsu, like Shiritsu Daigaku, you're talking about your own personal lives. Like you're referring to something that is private to something, like private to an organization, private. So, man, I don't know. Let's not add life, but I wrote private, personal like 8 billion times. But the I in the she is what's kind of it's okay. That's gonna get blocked out. I'm not gonna busy myself around this. Wait, when you see this, right? This is a private college. The only way you can interpret this is a private college. It's often attached to in something. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, this is like the 4th, maybe the 5th time consecutively. And I linked this up with Jiritsu. Pretty sure Jiritsu, freedom, independence, liberties. That's fine. I'm not gonna bother with it. Context will be sufficient. In that case, less is more there. Or less is closer to the correct answer than thinking about where you would find Shiritsu and Jiritsu. Is this the one? Is this the one?
卒業
This is the one. Tsukio. Skill.
能力
能力
性
で
例外
例外 Oh, I saw this recently. 例外 which is cool. It was on a talk show and they were saying you can do something except this, like with the exception of this. I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat.
芸人
It was also a comedy talk show. You're like Osaka type of dealy.
入館料
入館料ね。
人参
人
橋
い
周期
周期
一例
一例
骨折
骨折
束
束
完全
安全 I think I used complete 3 times in a row. But they're different completes, but it's kind of comical. That's a bit of a crutch. Starting to become a bit of a crutch.
望み
Nozumi. And I think I use like wish desire, or hope. Okay, just willy nilly. I'll do the rest of the
協力
協力
硬い
硬い Okay. Alright, we got one. Got one. Tamatsu. I guess I could throw in Shiritsu. Let's throw in Shiritsu. I might have blocked something else. Shiritsu is I plus stand. Right. And personal / private. I think either. But it's more private than personal. So we'll use private. And Shiritsu. Okay. Let's do this. Third day. Yeah, after third day. It's good enough. Okay. Pool, animal, public well, art, talent, and bar. Ichigo, Okami, Sotsu, Kyo, San, Chu, O, I, An, Ki, Nen, Setsu, O, Sai, Soku, Matsu, Zan, Eki, Nen? No. Yaku. 約下期小生学の凸が分間い間 Alright, the two we have preserve and tsu, right? Preserve and tsu. It's the only read on it, and it's tamatsu. Tamatsu. Or tamatsu. Tamatsu. Preserve. So I'm about to sneeze. All right. Sorry. So tamatsu to preserve something. Tama. Do I got anything with tama? Preserve? Doesn't help that tomate. Tomato. Actually, Hold up. Nope. Tomato. Man. I was thinking maybe there's like some sort of slang or conjugation weirdness. No, it's still tomate. Tomato. As opposed to tomate. Tamas. Tama. Is there anything I can do with tama? No, I got nothing. Stick with rote memory for now. Legitimately, I can't think of a creative way. Bao? How could I use bao for this? Protect? Tomato bao sounds not that great. Not that advertising. Oh, you know, no. I'll think about it. And then right. Shiritsu. Wait. Shiritsu private. I think this is fine. Hold. I don't know why, but I need to make sure. What? Oh, that's awkward. About... Of course, that doesn't show up. Okay, we're fine. I didn't want to make an embarrassing whoopsie. I had to double check. Alright, it's fine. That's a wrap, right? That's a wrap for WaniKani today. Thanks for listening to my spiel. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Thank you. Always feel free to follow along. Come by, talk about what was the last product you... I honestly love to hear what was the last product you bought. How, why, did it target you? Like, what is it that it said that ended up targeting you and convincing you to buy the product? Or perhaps you had some reason to buy the product already, or it's the only product around. That's kind of interesting thought too. Yeah, I'd love to exchange some ideas and talk about other forms or other perspectives of motivation, right? I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. So for all the WaniKani or Japanese interest peeps, minasan mata ne. See ya next time. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第40天 Day 140. Business as usual. Ooh, we're getting close to another milestone. Close. How does this work? It's an average 7 a day, right? 7 a day. So we're looking at 1 more month, roughly 1 more month. Yeah, 1 month and maybe 1 extra day. Nice.
个性
Oh, right. We're getting into the similar vocabulary by coincidence with HanziHero. 个性, an individual's nature is their personality, or an individual nature or character. 他的个性很内向，introverted， right？ 内向。这个孩子的个性很温和 ，gentle， 温和 ，interesting。I'm not sure we have 温和。Makes sense. The temperature is harmonious, gentle, or peaceful, or calm, or 他的个性很强 ，strong。Okay.
个性
still nature.
啤酒
beer, fair enough. That's beer. 两杯啤酒，这种啤酒真难喝，OK。
啤酒搬家
to move. Yes, 搬家 or to move house, that's fine. Or to move. Relocate is to move here. Yes, okay. 搬家的那一天，你可以帮我搬家吗？
搬家胖子
fat person, yes. 胖子 fat child. 那个胖子很喜欢吃甜食 which is sweets. Yeah, 甜食。公司里最 maybe that's 高校 Nah, that doesn't sound something 笑的胖子 Oh, it is 高 but a different 高 Older Jack 搞笑的胖子那位什么那位胖子那位胖子正在something maybe this is bar No, 肥 Oh, 减肥 Oh, that's how you write 减肥 To cut weight or to cut fat or lose weight. You're playing Clear Obscure, you're only in Flying Waters though. Nice. Flying Waters. Being underwater while above sea level, you know? Flying Waters. 减肥 Okay.
胖子属性
I like that name. That name is great. Flying Waters. I hope other games continue to do surrealistic things. Like what I like names like that because it has a very Chinese feel to it, like Japanese feel to it too. Yeah, Flying Waters and Weird Corals and ominous snakes, right? I like surrealistic painting things like space ocean space or space, yeah, like where like you have whales in the sky and like water ice or sinking plane. Like things like that, like a plane that looks like it's sinking but it's in the air. Like I enjoy that type of surrealistic stuff, like fire ice or cold fire. A dark light, you know, quite lovely things. Somehow like make a location feel really bright and dark at the same time. Things like you walk into an area and it's really bright immediately where you are, but when you look out, it's suddenly everything is completely dark. Salvador Dali, then yeah. I think more of a maybe that's a little bit too avant-garde, but I like the contrast. Yeah, Salvador Dali would be would be an excellent example, yeah, for bizarre things, surrealism. But we have to keep in mind the surrealism has to be baked into subverting expectations. So like thinking water to be in the air is subverting expectations. I'm not sure if Salvador Dali deliberately did it that way. Like finding flying fish as opposed to swimming fish, because the sky is like an ocean. If you know what I mean. Like there's a poetry. I'm not sure Dali went for poetry. Like technically space is like an ocean, so you could paint it like an ocean. Both are blue, yeah. Something like different ways to look at things. I think that's why I like those type of games. It's a different way to look at things, and your mind and your imagination evolves the differences as opposed to what really is there, right? Like a monster with grass for fur, or an island, but it's really the back of a very large turtle. Miyazaki, for example, a castle that walks. How's Moving Castle, right? Castle on feet, that type of thing. The castle on feet is I'm not sure Miyazaki was going for that, but it's also metaphorical. Your home and your place goes with you wherever you go. That's a moving castle. That's what the idea of a moving castle is. And you actually haven't seen any Ghibli movies, surprisingly. Oh, that's interesting. How's Moving Castle might be something. So things like that, like a moving home. When you think about the home, you could also think about it spiritually. Spiritually, Miyazaki is a spiritualistic person, so and like a feminist person, not modern feminism, but feminists and spiritualism. So when you think of a moving castle in the movie Howl's Moving Castle is him. Like what is in the castle represents a lot of the character, like the extension of the character. So that kind of stuff is very poetic, and it uses surrealism to great effect. Actually, you stand corrected. You've seen Princess Mononoke in theaters, but that's all. Okay. Fair enough. Not even Spirited Away, huh? Intriguing. Yeah. I think talking animals is very different from the modern day portrayal of like just animals but talking. A lot of times surrealism makes animals symbolic. Like, you know, what does a tiger behave like? What is the symbol of pigs and whatnot? So that kind of stuff is right down my alley. Look at sidewalks and roads as rivers. So you would have like you could paint something where you replace the roads with rivers, but then there's buildings around, and I mean it could look like Venice, for example. I mean these things could be real. It could be made real, but the idea is it makes Venice very painterly. For Clair Obscured, a lot of the things in that period, when you look at it, is incredibly painterly because it's also very imaginative. Like the Eiffel Tower is something that isn't necessarily supposed to be pragmatic in the sense of it's natural or it's a creation. It's a human. Like architecture in general has very similar things. Like looking at beautiful architecture or modern architecture or what have you is a projection of human imagination. So that's kind of what I really like to really get into when it comes to animation and creation. I mean, hyperrealism has its place, I suppose. Like for me, I'm not the greatest for hyperrealism when it comes to contextual stuff, like creative process. Hyperrealism is fantastic when it comes to like live action acting. So I like seeing the capturing of human experiences through someone who may not have the experience. That requires such a level of creativity and projection and understanding and sympathy or empathy, right? You have an actor that is living the life and projecting the life of something so believable, yet it might be shocking to know that they might not have ever experienced that stuff. That's kind of cool. That's really cool. Very inspiring. The subtleties. Like, how do you look? How do you know how you look when you feel sad? And how do you communicate that when you're sad? I always thought giving it acting a go would be interesting. Learn this, like go through a process of self-discovery when you're practicing how to act. And then appreciating the difference between acting for malicious intent or personal gain versus acting for the pure celebration of the art form of acting. Kind of like making someone laugh, like a comedian, right? You can say a comedian is selling genuine things, but there's a lot of finesse to acting in comedian. They're telling stories, but the ones that excel at being able to pause and wield people's emotions is really telling of their art form. And when you're like playing video games, I kinda enjoy that. I like video games that are incredibly expressive, not whether they are other people have their cup of tea, not rather they're realistic or not. I want to know if they're realistically capturing something expressed by the people. Now, the developer's whole goal might be realism, so then I would be able to appreciate it. So if a developer says, oh, we just want to capture the most authentic experience of like driving trucks, like Truck Simulator and stuff, then I would appreciate it for that. It's very different when a developer makes it to pander to you. Basically, I thought this is what you want, right? And there are a lot of that baked into Clair Obscured, but it's like presented through their lens. It's like, we heard you guys like this, but hear us out. We're gonna present it this way. Not so it's oozing with soul as opposed to by the numbers, despite having lots and lots of positive, very wonderful design choices that would coincide with what is popular or trendy at the moment. Attribute. 属性. So belong to nature. Attribute. properties, characteristics, attributes. 这个 standing turkey 这个产品 ，yeah 产品这个产品需要这个产品需要很多不同的属性。This product have many different attributes. Okay, let's just kind of read out, huh? 那是它的 something 属性之一 leadership 领导，
那是它的领导属性之一。
努力是change to 成功的成功 success 成功的一种属性成功 success
属性个性搬家啤酒属性胖子
Okay. Perception 感性 feeling nature, the nature of feeling, describes the scope of what we feel, which is influenced by individual nature. Perception, perceptual. I haven't used this word before, or this like this attachment to perceptual understanding. Probably I could see saying something like that. 感性是一种主观 no yes no 主观 no 主观的观念 concept. Oh, no, it's Guan. It is Guan. How is this different from Juan? Oh, Juan is Bills. Juan is Bill. 主观的观念 Interesting. Subjective concept. 你相信自己的感性吗？ Fair enough. 每个人的感性，每个人的感性都不同。Okay, sorry.
感性，
感性，
理性，
理性 rationale. Okay. The nature of logic. Rationale. 他的决定很理性 rational。他的行为是不理性的不理性的 irrational 不理性行为是 so this gets a tone change 他是个理性的人理性 I like it
理性，鸡汤，
鸡汤 chicken soup that's literally chicken soup 我喜欢吃鸡汤高 something sodium 咸 it might be 高线鸡汤高盐okay there's 2 salts I just don't I'm not used to which 高盐鸡汤 okay 3碗鸡汤 okay 3碗鸡汤 alright we got it
鸡汤，
chicken sopa
围裙，
围裙 yeah 围裙 makes sense it's something that it's a skirt that surrounds apron 我买了一个可爱的围裙
我买了一个可爱的围裙。
我买了一个可爱的围裙。他穿上围裙开始做晚餐。Yeah, that's
围裙，搬运，
搬运。To relocate, carry. Okay, carry to relocate. Something is to carry is for the purpose of relocating. Transport. Okay. 搬运 goods. Is that 机物？搬运机物 No. 货物 Wait, do I have 货 Thunderman, spoon, shellfish.
搬运货物。
搬运货物。他们正在搬运家具到新工艺里。公寓 Dang it. Wait. Oh, it kind of looks like it, but 公寓 right, apartment. It's actually one of the earlier vocabulary words in Duolingo. 公寓里。
搬运，
搬运。诶，
感性，
感性。 Uh-oh. Doesn't check out very quickly, huh?
Ji tang. Ban yun. 理性。围裙。
围裙。Okay.
发胖。
发胖。To send out fat. To gain weight is to eat so much that your body sends out fat into your cells to be stored. Oh, that's a very like biology oriented way of looking things. To get fat. 最近我开始发胖了。我不要发胖。
发胖。
发胖。
超短裙。
超短裙。Right, super short skirt. Mini scato. Just kidding. Mini is actually a word though for mini. What the? 他 something 是喜欢穿超短裙。
他总是喜欢穿超短裙。
哦，他总是喜欢穿超短裙。你不能穿超短裙去学校。
超短裙。
超短。
名牌。
Brand name makes sense. Although backwards, but still brand name. Famous name designer. 他喜欢穿名牌服饰。Okay, 服饰。这是一个名牌手表。手表 because it's 33. Yeah, 手表。名牌商品。
名牌。证。
Ooh, evidence. 证。Can't think of a prototypic word at the moment. Okay, James Bond is in the bathroom of the English Manor, where he lives, because yes, English Manor. He has some important evidence in his hands. A can of nuclear beans. When nobody's looking, he says the magic words that hit against the marble wall and opens up a hidden bunker. He places the evidence inside, then closes it. Okay. Because the nuclear beans need to be stored away, I suppose. In a bunker. Maybe it's radioactive. Alright. And then there's like secret hidden entrances in the bathroom behind the towel. The marble walls. I got you. In rooms. I got you. Cheng. Bao Cheng. Whoops. 保障 protect evidence guarantee. Oh, preserve, protect, preserve evidence. Identity. 身份 oh yeah, right. 身份证 身份证 evidence 证据 visa 签证 I recognize you. Proof 凭证 I think 证据 I've heard 证据 couple of times already. 你有证据吗？ Right. 对吗？你有证据吗？ Like 不可能 right? 不可能，你有证据吗？ Like no way. Do you have evidence? 不可能。Okay.
证
证
据
Oh, there's the daily Twitch bot. Thank you, daily Twitch bot. Jack already confirmed that my Twitch feed is working, so go away. Forward bid point to toy NY1. Wow. Amazing. Amazing randomly generated name. Created May 25th. Not even an old name. Not even an old name. Weak. Try better next time. G is drama. Oh. Interesting. Drama. Ooh, lots to work with here. So Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the house performing a drama in his bathroom. Alright, go on. With a tiger, a pig. They attack him as he stands on top of the toilet and fends them off with his saber. Okay, see, Julius Caesar has a huge bathroom. Caesar, if his life was a bit different, would have been a drama actor instead of a famous general. Probably. The title of the drama he is reenacting is called The Saber, the Pig, and the Tiger. Oh, that's kind of cute. That definitely reminds me of a drama for sure. The Saber, the Pig, and the Tiger. Very Chinese, honestly. All right, I got you, Julius Caesar. I got you. Jubro. 戏剧. Wow, it's really complicated. 戏剧. Yeah, 歌剧. 歌剧 is probably some more familiar. 歌剧. 编剧 tragedy 悲剧 drama series 连续剧续 and 连 successive 续剧 maybe the middle has something to do with a chain or back to back as well. Or maybe it has to do with broadcasting.
剧
Yeah.
发胖
发胖
名牌
名牌
超短裙
超短裙 right secret entrance and stuff.
正
Young.
剧
Wu for dance. 跳舞 is part of 跳舞. We got a cauldron. That really actually looks like a cauldron. This component looks like a huge cauldron with a handle on one side. Yeah. Imagine a comically large big cauldron with reinforced metal bars all around the outside. The type a witch would use. Of course, it usually has a burner underneath to keep it, yeah. Straight up cauldron. Okay, you're gonna have to help me out with this coyote business though. In the evening, the coyote comes out in search of buffalo to eat. If you look closely, it almost looks like a coyote with the head on the left side. On the left side. I'm trying. Look really closely. And 2 of the legs depicted. Oh, you mean like the whole thing? If I look closely enough, I don't. Which? The head on the left side. Okay. Legs, I guess. It's fine. Okay.
五
Cool. Yeah. Okay. So Walter White. Oh, it's another Wu, and it's not gonna be house. We're gonna use a bakery. We're switching out with a bakery. I don't like how this is Wu, all the Wus are in that house. So Walter White is in the basement of the bakery, performing a dance. He dances around a cauldron with the coyote as his dancing partner. As the middle of the cauldron boils with food, has Walter become some sort of witch or shaman? Nah, he's just baking something. He's baking some delicious filling to violates the croissants, you know? You know, stuffed croissants with something. That's a violation. Fine. I'll let all the people, the croissant connoisseurs to be like, you don't stuff things in croissants. They do. But not, maybe not whatever he's been. Maybe he's boiling some chocolate, okay? They're boiling chocolate with a coyote dance partner, okay. Cool. Alright. He's baking instead of cooking, you know? He could be cooking something. Boiling something. That's for his baked goods. Turning over a new leaf. 跳舞. 歌舞 makes sense. 挥舞. Wait, 挥舞. To wave? Oh, this type of wave. To dance with joy. 手舞. 手舞足蹈. 手舞足蹈. Hand dance, foot, feet, leg. Dao. I don't know what Dao is. That. And then Wu Dao, really? Wu Dao for dance. Like the dance.
五伤
Xiang wound. Oh, like Zhongxiang. Right? Yeah. Or Dong and yeah, Zhongxiang for severe wounds. Shrek is in front of the chapel. where he is battling Slenderman. Of course he would. Who has come to challenge him and topple the church. They fought in a small enclosure on the chapel lawn, and Slenderman pulls out a handgun and pews Shrek, wounding him. Shrek lies on the grass in the enclosure, his wound bleeding green blood. Not sure if ogres... Oh yeah, ogres may have different colors, but yeah, okay. As the priest looks on, feels bad, man. Shrek being a good guy. Heckin' Slenderman. Alright, this is fine. Works out pretty well. Oh, and Shousheng, yeah. Shousheng and Zhongsheng. Shanghai. Oh, harm, wound and harm, danger. Bei Xiang. I'm starting to think Bei is going to be a very depressing character. Xiang Wang. Casualty. Oh, wound and then death. Casualty. Feels bad, man.
伤
Chung.
背
Bei. Oh, there. No, wrong Bei. Not the different Bei. We were talking about Bei. Quilt. Isn't this... No. Bei. No. No. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the beach house on the bay, which he broke into. Sounds like Bart. He is sitting on the tile, tearing up a bunch of nautical themed suits. Beach house. He gets a bunch of skin straps that he has for some reason. Alright, that's fair. And use them to tie all of the scraps together, forming a weird quilt. He plans to sleep on the quilt in the bathroom after finding more stuff to steal. Okay. I feel like we're gonna turn this around a little. So, he snuck into the bathroom of a beach house, maybe like an affluent beach house, right? And then he's sitting on the towel. He tore up some nautical themed expensive suits, right? Expensive suits, beach house. It could kind of end up making me think of English Manor, but he tore up some suits that were lying around, nautical themed suits, and he gets a bunch of skin straps, right? Or he took the expensive suits, which were made maybe of hide or something like leather, right? Skin, hide, and then put them together to quilt a bag in which he's going to use to steal more stuff, like to carry more stuff in his quilted bag. Quilt cover. Bei Tao. Makes sense? Cover. Beizi. Ne? Oh, Beizi can end up making me think of something else. Cotton quilt? Mian bei. I guess cotton is the other thing. Okay.
背
Yes. Fine. Cauldron. No. Okay. Alright, cool.
5
Cool. Wait, what was he doing while he was doing that? While he was cooking? What was he doing? Oh, he was dancing. Right.
背 伤
Alright. Okity dokity. Let's do two components. We're locking the components in because we don't have that many components left, actually. At some point there will be no more components. That's crazy to think about. Where are our components actually? I think we get like 2 every 3 days, maybe. Yeah, got some fun ones coming up. So what are we at? We're at 4. Oh, actually we can. How many total are there? 506. And we're at 424 components. All right. Let's lock in here, or attempt to.
古老，
这是一座古老的城市。
What? Ancient, old-fashioned. It's fine. Okay.
应当，
我们应当互相谅解。
应当
空，口感，
口感
这种面条口感不错。
是，500，
这个学校有500个学生。
What? Wait. Oh. Oh no. It's happening again. It's a bugle. Yes, it's a bugle. It's a bugle.
表示，
表示衷心的感谢。
Okay.
黑名单，
上了黑名单。
What am I looking at? Hold. I know you. I know you.
随着，
我随着人群走到广场。
Okay.
讲台，
他正在讲台上讲课。
变，
And more, even more. Hey, how?
论，
What do you want? Tell me. What do you want?
草，
What do you want here? Speak to me. Wait, I knew this character at one point. Oh, that was the character.
远处，
Oh,
远处在打雷。
I didn't realize that is true. I've been thinking it's a different thing, but it's not. In the context sentences.
是，
That's not how you spell altar. Not that altar. The other altar. Second Capitol building. What? Wait. Oh no. That's 互助.
可以，
你看， 我可以飞。
我可以飞。你看， 我可以飞 like watch, like you watch, I can fly. Okay. Oh no.
疼
Okay. Oops. Ah! Sorry, there's a road there.
体育馆
体育馆有很多座位。
The heck? Oh, I can't spell spear. I spell spread. I tried to type spear and I spelled I tried to type spear and somehow in my brain fog I typed the word spread. I'm telling you. Oh, whoops, that's true.
讨短老师
他老是那么开心。
一边
学校的一边关闭了。
I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. I'm trying to think to yesterday.
否组建
组建老年合唱团。
Okay. Yeah. Wait. How did this one work? 组建老年 What? Oh, like what? It's like health, right? Oh, wait, 组建. What am I? Oh, build? Oh, that's build. Wait, I got two things mixed up. That's okay. Because yesterday I did get mixed up. 建, which is part of health, right? It has Slender Man in it, right? Here. Right? Okay, I gotta sort this out. I started being complacent and I have two characters that I need to negotiate. Right? Or am I being a pep? No, I'm being a pep. Wait. I'm kind of being a pep. Could have sworn. Oh yeah, here it is. Jian. So I got them backwards somehow. I started having them backwards. That's fine. We're okay. Temporary wires crossed.
是
What are you? Okay.
简直
这简直不可思议。
Okay.
互助
互助合作，
互助合作。That's actually help one another is to help one another is the same thing. Okay.
食指
他用食指指着，
Oh man, Jur is gonna be tough in the future. I feel like Jur is gonna fade away. The read. I'm trying to hang on to flavoring. The right hand is flavoring. Yeah, 食指.
“男生
我们班有12个男生，
Or boy. That's fine.
全都
该来的人全都来了。
圆
Excuse me? Oh.
红 接济
老人的生活费用全靠亲友接济，
What? Wait, why am I drawing a blank on arcade? Oh, just kidding. It's fine. That was a typo. Off sound.
出卖
为金钱出卖灵魂。
Oh, that's just sell. Ah, that's xiang. That's xiang. Okay, fine. I'm not tilted. You're tilted.
困 虽说
虽说我七老八十了，
谁说我老八岁了？ Even though something like that. Even though.
祝福，
教宗祝福了我。
Oh no. 谁说 this is not that. It's not who says it. That's Shay. Shay说. Shay 说. This is Shay. 虽说. How did the although said? How do you interpret that? How does that work? Oh, this is
富，福利，
这家公司提供很好的福利。
意思，
请解释你的意思。
首先，
我问你这个，
Sorry, I'm about to sneeze again. If I have to guess, probably going to rain soon. Yep, it's raining tomorrow. My allergies are acting up. Okay.
香水，
法国香水。
What? Wait. Just kidding. I have to rethink that. What is that? Bookshelf and I don't remember you anymore. Do I not remember you anymore? A bookshelf. Email and bookshelf? Oh, wait. Why do I think it's... Oh, no, okay. Just kidding. I'll come back to it. Why do I keep hitting 2 and 3s when I don't want to hit the correct ones? Oh my gosh.
喂，
Baby. I wanted to hit 2 and I hit 3.
按照，
按照法律，他应该受到惩罚。
按照 Oh no, I don't know how to like get the English word for this. 안지ao. What kind of English word did they use? So to press and illuminate, right? To in like it's kind of to insist, but it's to like present. Oh, I don't know the word I'm looking for. Maybe. I like to demonstrate, but it's not. Yeah, according to like, I need a different phrase for this. According to. Yeah, I need a different. Based on. That works better. Based on. I think I can get with based on. But we'll keep trying to get according to. Oh, that's pay. Fun pay. Yeah. Fun pay. But I fat fingered. Stop.
价值
这幅画具有很高的艺术价值。
What was the Slender Man? 价值? What's the Slender Man thing? Just price? Value? Yeah. Just value. Okay. Don't remember you. Woman in bookshelf. It's probably like Kumi. It's just completely not registering. I think the bookshelf is what's throwing me off. Vocabulary word. Give me. Am I being a dunce or something? Oh, I'm being a dunce.
解
I'm like, what is the vocabulary? There's not too many vocabulary words with using this actually. Now that I think about it, how many vocabulary words do we have? Oh, we have 3. Oh, but they all do with the same context, though. Yeah. Okay. I'm like, what the heck? Where's the bookshelf come from? Okay, he's looking through the old bookshelves for some scientific books about electricity. And then suddenly a woman who appears look really similar to him, but not much older than color. Turns out his long lost older. Oh yeah, right. Jimmy Neutron doesn't have an older sister. Okay. Anyways, I'm like, what does this look like? Am I still looking for this? Yeah. Still like although. Oh, okay. They just ignore the although. I feel like I'm gonna put even though as well. There's a slight thing.
R
And I screwed up R. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, no, that's not.
团
I keep hitting the wrong thing.
温暖
温暖
广播
我每天晚上听新闻广播。
Yep. That's it. That's it.
糖果
你想吃颗糖果吗？
Son of a bee sting. I was thinking of something else. I don't want to talk about it.
按时
请按时完成这份工作。
分配
均匀分配工作。
顺 直播
我喜欢看他的直播。
Okay, so how did I screw this up? We got some beans, we got some stock, some steak, we got a suit. What's happening here? What happened? I actually, man, I'm drawing a blank on this. Why? Okay. Oh, yes.
礼
Yes. We did it. Uh...
清
This is from yesterday. Ting.
订单
接到订单后，30分钟后会送达。
判断
我的判断是正确的。
毛皮
毛皮围巾。
口香糖
薄荷口香糖。
Ah!
定位
我今天打电话给餐厅定位。
文化，
中华文化很有趣。
修改，
这份报告要修改一下。
I lost it. It's gone again. Okay.
管，
I control us.
内乱，
国家的稳定受到内乱的威胁。
Oh, internal strife.
战，媒人，
他是一位受人尊敬的媒人。
暖气，
我们家有暖气。
旁边，
王先生旁边那位先生是谁？
命，玉，
Wait. I'm not sure if oh, that's not the key word for that. Oh no. What is the key word?
支流，
5条支流。
打，
Hmm. Oh, I lost the key word. Okay, so what? He wrapped around. What was he actually doing? In advance. Oh, beforehand. Yeah, that's. Oh, actually, there's beforehand on it. We're gonna do the blocking thing because it needs vocabulary words. That's the bypass. The bypass is if a character is stumped, it needs to unlock the vocabulary word. So when we move forward, it takes care of itself most of the time. We'll see. That was from yesterday. I completely lost the keyword because the keyword is not necessarily too connected with the action.
形状，
这房间的形状是矩形。
意，
I lost the keyword to this too. I'm more focused on the action, and the action does not dictate the keyword here either. No, I don't want to think about it. Justice, that's right. Because the sheep is like, the way they went about it is a morbid one, and I don't know how I turned it around for justice. Oh, I did it in a negative sense. Kind of. Yeah, justice has very little to do with the imagery that's painted.
影
So that's a problem. Get a vocabulary word. Will be blocked by a vocabulary word.
静
I like this. This is a good example.
伟大
伟大的历史时代，
这些
这些是你的钥匙吗？
餐具
请摆放餐具，
很 洗手间
这个洗手间太小了，
在
Just at.
热血
热血年轻，
Oops.
鼓
Okay. Okay.
只要
只要你在这里，我就放心了。
Oh, what? Okay. Are those wings, or is that a guinea pig? That's a guinea pig and heart, right? Huh.
龟
Oh.
轻呼
我们不可轻忽此事，
Or neglect, yeah.
收入
总收入，
和 船
Oops. I don't want to talk about it. Oops. What? Wait. Oh, that's Ying. Okay.
美 音 数 失去
失去知觉，
属于
这些书属于图书馆。
追，盖，圆，
Send help. No, it's Lee. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Ah!
状况，
全国的经济状况。
For condition, yeah. Sure.
体积，
计算房屋的体积。
计算房屋的地。Body accumulation, total whole. How do I do this? It's like whole thing, volume. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, volume is fine. Like whatever, it's like the whole, what it takes up. Fine. What are you telling me? How am I feeling about this? Wait,
老将，
老将出马，一个顶俩。
that's how you spell veteran.
住，卫生纸，
我们家里的卫生纸用完了。
Excuse me? Oh no. Did the Japanese thing again.
负， 净化，
净化空气，
Or purify, yes.
乱，硬，排，训，
What is that? Oh,
西式，
西式快餐，
工具，
一种工具，
分散，
活动结束后， 人群分散了。
Excuse me.
张，自卫，
自卫战争。
What?
和善，
但他对我不和善。
What is it again? The whole. Oh yeah. Hold up. What's happening here? Oh wait. Oh no, that's not the right thing. Oh no, that is. What is what? Okay, this is definitely one. This is definitely one. I have no idea. I've lost it. Have I lost it? Oh.
学派，
Wow. I almost relented. Almost gave up. Okay, so we have some loose ones. What are the new loose ones? The new loose ones are beforehand. You beforehand, and ye and you, and justice. Ye, right? And tomorrow we'll get vocabulary words for them. And then according to is un illuminate, 暗指 right? 暗指 okay. All right. What do we have? Cauldron. Coyote. Jung. Yi. Wu. A. Xiang. 个性 OK 安家啤酒补性案子感性好了感性This one could be a problem. Perception. It's a slight pivot. 鸡汤搬运 Yeah, 搬运理性伪军发胖名牌包短裙包短裙裙oh jeez writing issues. Okay. All right. Okay. James Bond making his way to his expensive, extravagant bathroom. Nothing suspicious. It's just walking in casually with a can of nuclear beans, some evidence for his stuff, for his current mission, and use a secret bunker by speaking a password, right? Passwords. Which is access from the bathroom. Okay, Julius Caesar. This one kind of works really well. In his extravagant home, he is playfully reenacting a drama that involves a tiger. Wait, how does tiger work? It's like tiger and a pig. How does pig work? Wait. And him with a saber, right? The pig, the tiger, the saber, the pig, and the tiger. It works really well. In a different life, I suppose. And heckin' Walter White. I'm putting him in the bakery. Walter White is once again in the bakery basement. Cooking up some stuff for his baking. Right. So He's dancing around with a coyote. Dancing around a cauldron with a coyote. Okay. Yeah, Bart Simpson sneaking into a ritzy beach house. Tore up, found some nautical themed suits, tore them up to serve as skin or hides. Skin to make a quilted bag or quilt bag. Still other stuff. Then we have Shrek in front of the chapel in an altercation with Slenderman to protect the priest and peeps. The Slenderman corners, let's say Slenderman corners Shrek in a small enclosure and then pulled out a handgun. And wounded Shrek. The process. Not too bad. Not too bad. It's alright. I could write the characters. Let's see. He was sheep. I feel like I'm missing a stroke on sheep. I really do. Hold up. Go look. Sheep has 3 strokes, right? Oh, wait. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, sheep has 3 strokes and it's flattened. We had Injustice and Beforehand. So, what do we have? Sheep. Handsaw. Right. Yeah. Justice. And Beforehand. You. Or in advance. Okay. Yeah, and then according to illuminate. I'm gonna need some help here. I don't remember part of it. Oh wait, it's not illuminate. Oh, it is illuminate. Wait. No, it's not. Oh, it is. Oh, I actually no, I didn't remember it correctly. No, it's not 智. It's an an So that is kind of weak. That's quite weak. I couldn't remember the things in it. So according to? I don't think about it. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right. So more than free to follow along, hang out. What we talk about WaniKani during WaniKani? Oh yeah. Kind of interesting to talk about when if you recently bought something or recently am interested in buying things. What was the thing that convinced you, right, to buy it, and who were they targeting, and do you learn anything about yourself from the targeted product placement, right, or your own motivations in the decision making? Probably could talk a lot more about that as we move on to our last section of today. But more than welcome, exchange ideas and whatnot. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I will be back to do our reset day for Neverwinter next time. For those who are only interested in Chinese, right? 大家下次见. See you next time. Be back. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. It is reset day again, Monday, local time. Oh, Monday for me, anyways, the end of Monday. Fourth week. This is one of those bye weeks, so they've switched up the formats. It seems so they're doing only milestone 2 and milestone 4. It isn't like clockwork every week anymore, and admittedly it just it kind of seems like they slammed the 2 weeks. So instead of staggering week 1 with milestones and then week 2 with milestones 3 and 4, it feels like whatever I did last week for milestone 2 stretched across. So I guess maybe it's a way to condense the milestones, but this week is in every other week, so we're gonna get in, do our weekly hauls. Again, the whole context is to maybe do 2 characters. I think I'm only gonna do 1 character. I see how maybe 2 characters, see how like the new repeatables work, because now we have a second. Last week it was an introduction to a whole set of new pool. The pool of repeatables expanded, and of course my consternation with the assassin thing, which was actually which was patched up, so it occurs more often the last week's thing. There was some patch notes this week too, and then there was a statement released about tweaking and basically effectively nerfing the new companion, largely because it dealt double stats. It produced double stats and it scaled really well, and of course it gets nerfed. That kind of thing. And then the patch notes look like plugged up a few things. Didn't address any of like quality of life things. So I usually get excited when there's patch notes, you read them. And then oftentimes I talk about the quality of life changes, but there weren't any quality of life changes that I would consider as something experience dependent. They're cleaning up some bugs, maybe some typos, and tweaking the trial, which again eludes me to this day. Every time I pop in, maybe even during the day, I tried during the day before I start streaming to see what it's like, and it's experience only, as you expect, because this game's designs and stuff do not promote any of that. So I haven't really seen it. I don't expect to see it. Let's get in. So I brought some topics, but I don't know if I'm going to talk about them. Let's just first iron out our rotations and whatnot, right? See how long it takes. Fill out the new repeatables. So let's see, it's 10 p.m. local time right up here. Let's take a look. Okay. Oh, and I guess we get a the weekly activity every other week. So I get 10 right away. Yippee! Amazing. Oh, actually, maybe the historian has an extra task. I doubt it. There wasn't anything that was done in a different instance. So I doubt it. Yep. Incredibly disagreeable. Like I find it incredibly disagreeable how they're going about it. It's to the point where it have just lackadaisical. Alright. Well, let's do our campfire run. We get our first 10. Okay. All right. Everyone back to your positions. Okay. You know what would be really interesting quality of life change to the Blade Master? Like just the Blade Master Paragon? When you enter Battle Rage, your stamina replenishes. Like maybe 1 gauge, one off replenishes. That would be an interesting mechanic because the sprint is inherently not that fantastic for a melee. In using the dodge thing, right? Compared to like a fighter or like anything that needs to be in melee contact. And then Warlock is the only other sprint one, but Warlocks are range. They could be melee if you want to put. This game is not designed to, or it's not commonly punishing range. The trial, most of it is still more flexible for range. I think inherently range is more flexible. Okay, so we got thralls, sure. Where are you taking me for thralls? It's not where I would go for thralls. Okay. I saw something spawn. I just spawned in, so whenever I see something spawn, I kind of anticipate that someone was already there. Means an instance change for me. Yeah, the idea of or even giving passive a faster stamina regen during battle rage. That sounds like it would be a wonderful natural fit for battle rage. Faster, stronger, faster, stronger, but potentially less vulnerable. Battle rage tends to be the point where someone takes a one shot to the face, honestly, from a healer perspective. Whenever I see a Blade Master enter Battle Rage, is when you just hover your reticle over the Blade Master because they're probably going to get face slapped. Largely because they probably did the whole canceling thing and whatnot and out of stam. Oh, you only have to... Okay. End trolls is agreeable. Do I have patrol? I don't have patrol. Okay. That is not the button, but alright. I did not mean to hit 1. ADS, need tank. Oof. I can drag Sanctum. Yeah, for the assassin thing, how disagreeable assassins are is that whenever assassin comes up, the first assassin that spawns, I just help defeat me and then reset. It's an impediment. Assassins are impediments. I actually don't mind that assassins rarely come up. like pre-patch. Okay, equipment is straight down right here. All right. And then you have the Tamora event that is they're not updated. I think we're okay. We popped it down here. Oh no, that's not okay. Okay, that's fine. These ones are pretty good. I like these ones. This one, not too much. I mean, you walk in, you would think you do the thing where you collect them all into one space, but there's like a lot of fencing that makes the mobs coincidentally line of sight you on your AoE. It's kind of annoying. A wee bit. And not all of the mobs here are orcs. So you might not get drops. The chests are good though. Yeah, like during battle rage. Maybe like accelerated stamina, or even make it a talent or something. I don't know, make it a feat. That would be pretty fantastic. Oh, Scott got locked. We gotta finish our lockbox opening. Back to the tower district. We gotta do this like 8 billion more times. By 8 billion, I mean 15 times. Not 15 times. 10 times. No, that's too much. It's not that. 5 times 5.1, 5.3, 5.33 repeating. Honestly, whenever you have to cross back to the tower district, you turn them in. Because they're all separate things. So you just keep running until I basically have to complete 8. Right? Wait, 5 times, not 8, 16. 16 of these. Next one, rescue prisoners. How does that work? Rescue prisoners and then... Okay. So we could TP East Plaza. It'll save like less than half a second. Not really. Go. Okay. Skeletons are good. Prisoners. Oh, these prisoners. They remove the wraith requirements. However, and the summoner requirement. However, 10 prisoners is not hot. Very long. 10 prisoners is very long. 5 maybe. Oops. The bottom level has 6, I think. This is fairly long because all the units are range. Oh, you're stuck just walking back and forth between places. And, well, if you play melee, walking back and forth. And they're adequately spread out. I mean, it's kind of nice. It's not very, like, dense. So, take little groups by itself. Silver lining. Got to go to the upper floor for the last 4, I think. Actually, maybe last 3. Either 6 or 7 down here. I think it's 7. Yep, 7. Wait, what the heck completed? Oh, dead. Undead mobs. That's nice. Got an overlap on undead. It was summoned by the summoners. Oh, we go up this tiny, very, very vertical stairs. Yeah, having mostly range mobs is not great. Unless you're one-shotting everything, then that's fine. Pretty sure there are only 2 up here now that I think about it. Yeah, there are 2. Oh, great. Yay, assassin. Hooray, assassins. So great. I don't know how these guys got aggroed, but alright. There are all the plus assassin things. Sabotage ration. Interesting. I don't think there's a TP point that's close to there. Where did the depths take me? Nope. So this is where I would double back, probably. High water is really bottom right, yeah? Yeah, so this is where I would take the closest, which is regardless of which way. So take the Tower District entrance, drop off the two quests, and then continue out of convenience. I was hoping to bump into an assassin so then I can just defeat myself and then not have to run into assassins because they're terrible. I'm actually genuinely not into the idea of how they if it was less capable of interfering with someone who isn't gonna sit there and hit plus over and over again, then that's another story. Medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs is not as great. Although, oh no, that's the takedown one. 20. That's kind of high. Well, what else do we have? Stop the ritual. The ritual was like, oh, okay. All right. Ritual is good, I think. And just take out the little guy's demon. Demon shows up. A devil shows up. That uses the same model as Baphomet and whatnot. 20 is too high for one round of this. We can like... This one's like here. It's like B tier. B tier. Oh, there's an assassin. Hello there. Yeah, I legitimately can't be bothered by that. And they made it more frequent, so that means it's just gonna come up again, depending on your like quest type. It's an actual impediment. If you want a mechanic that constantly slows you down, that's it. I would definitely be more open to it if there was like to compensate for the terrifying backlash of this suggestion, but everyone just auto groups for the assassin. So whoever's in like in proximity when the assassin thing shows up, people are auto grouped. Sitting there tapping like, hey, and that would be a compliance thing though. Some people are like, oh, now I'm just tired of having to leave group whenever the assassin thing comes up because I don't want to be in a group. Like, well, the intent of the assassin and all the world events is to promote grouping among players, so it would line up with the goal. Otherwise, remove the assassin, scale down the assassin to solo play. Yeah. Alleviate the constant spam for DPS looking for assassin, etc. There was a comment about using... there were a few people who were upset that LFG and the combination of LFG is being used for... and zone chat being used for calling, if not LFG kind of situation, so... there's someone who's disappointed. This is where I would go back. Yeah, I would go back. About the same distance. So we go back, we drop off this quest, take the elevator down, we did a ritual, then the elevator up to sabotage rations. Oh, know what sabotage ration? Which one that is? It can line up with something. I'm kind of curious how these quests are staggered. Maybe you can get the same ones from the same area? Nope. They're probably staggered strategically, that they're always separated like this. Yep, probably. I wouldn't put it past them. Maximize commute time. I wouldn't be surprised. This one's pretty good. Yep. And then go north. There's an elevator nearby. A what? Stops dead right here. I think it's up here. I don't actually know what I'm doing though. Oh, that's new. Good though. Two in that corner. Okay. None in this corner. One in this corner. This is kind of tucked away. Not the greatest. Is there one over here though? Nope. Not liking how this looks. We got 1, 2. That corner is pretty good. Is there anything up here? No. No. Okay, so there's one here. Like our friendly guy who's fighting. Okay. And one here. Definitely not very generous. Oh, yeah. Not very generous. Okay. Okay. Interesting placements. Now we're heading back. It's about the same distance. So head back, dump the 2. Wraiths. Wraiths are okay. 8 wraiths. That's pretty nice. What else we got? Displacer beasts. We can do race and displacer beasts same place, and then drop down for the equipment from this position. Yeah. So head west for displacers, past the patrol. So the patrol is gonna attack here. Oop. Oop. All right. Got the best here. Good. Okay. All right. And the rays are to our west. Although you kind of have to drop down. No, I don't think you can do it this way. And someone's already here, so this is where our prime time to switch to another instance, because mobs are not collective. They're not collectively shared. We can do this, hop along the side, drop down, and then we hit our first wraith. The top set don't have any wraiths. That set doesn't have any race. You hop, you hop. Okay. Are there knots? Oh yeah, there are 8 here. Okie dokie. I'm not gonna go back up. Let's go here and see what else can overlap. And going down here and over here will take time. So we'll drop the 2 off. Mana supply, we're going back to Ebon Heights. Ugh. Okay. Alright. Yeah, can I get another Ebon Heights? Ritual. Going down. Ritual and work equipment. I don't know if Ebon Heights can line up with whatever that food supply thing is. It might be the same NPC. I'm going this way first. Somebody was already through here. So we got the chesticles. The chesticles. All we're after. My chesticles. The chesticles. Okay. Come on, give me 2. Nice. Alright. Then we stop the ritual. The ritual then leads to Ebon Heights, right? Do that. Where are we at now? 70? So 6 more? Six more, so 3 and then 3 more. That's pretty quick. We're at what, 36 minutes? Maybe like 34 minutes, excluding the 2 minutes early. Oh, hi. You're just chilling here. Oh, maybe you only have to stop the ritual. You don't have to take out the guy. That's why. Wow, amazing. Thank you. Thank you, whoever was doing that. So I'll leave it for the next person. Thank you for the pro tip. Couldn't be bothered. So, I mean, the instructions were to stop the ritual. They're doing just that. Oh no! No, you have to defeat the guy. It says defeat. What the heck? What was that guy doing? Oh, might have been doing something else, actually. No, it does instruct you to defeat this guy afterwards. Weird. That's spawn time, though. Instant respawn. Alright. Which one is this? Supply? Supply is pretty nicely arranged. Okay. 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 Go through here. Pop this guy because he's tethered to that other guy. Okay. And then one around this corner. Alright. Not bad, not bad. This one was good. Good setup. I think the new ones actually balance it out. you get less of the Shambler. Shambler, C tier for sure. Shambler, C tier. Supply is like A tier. The Undead, 10 Undead is S tier for sure. The Trolls are pretty good too. Troll is like S tier. A tier for Orc equipment. Wraiths, main, and those are kind of like just B tier. What do we have? Wraiths? I think Wraith is like B. Wraiths are B tier. Undead is S tier. Null problems? Nulls are that's B. Oh, null is like C. Null is C. Trolls are Trolls is like A tier. I'm gonna give Trolls like A tier. Undead you can do anywhere. Wanted poster is like D tier. Wanted poster. I think we've seen all of them enough times. One of the big things about null being B or lower is because the mobs use ranger type moves. And charging moves. So they either back up or they charge you. So that means expected damage, and that's kind of annoying too. So now, because of that person, I can't complete it. I have to switch instances. That's why 30 sucks. Okay, if you have a requirement, a takedown requirement that is more that requires you to nearly clear out a place, that downgrades you to C tier. It immediately downgrade. It's faster doing this than waiting for whoever to play chicken on leaving the area. So that guy already wiped 15 of the nulls out, at least 15 of them. Even if the spawn rate is like really fast, or if they try to accelerate it. Spawn rate being really fast isn't that a convenience, because that means that if you're doing the quest and you're clearing things, they can respawn on top of whatever you're trying to clear. So I wouldn't immediately jump straight to increasing the spawn time. Yeah, I think nulls is C tier. Largely because orc equipment is higher because you still have boxes. Boxes allow you to not have to kill anything. Yeah, so like that person, if that person happened to be nulls, I could be delayed again. That's why assassin is like 0 tier. Assassin is absolutely 0 tier. Oh wait, I lied. Assassin's like F tier. Tenebrov is 0 tier. Heroic encounters this time around, F. It's an F tier. They're entertaining and all that, but we're not. I'm not using that as a metric. The metric is how it gels with everything, like doing the upkeep and whatnot. Heroic encounters pass, hard pass. We jump. We negate falling damage by doing the shenanigans of targeting something. You can also do that in the trial. It's kind of fun to do. Hop in on... I don't know where all these things are coming from, but okay. Alright, that's not too bad. 45 minutes by the time we get back. For 100? Still not Mount Hot now kind of thing. 15 minutes. I think the quickest was 15 minutes, and even then most of the 15 minutes to 20 minutes was legwork because you were going through the instances. Hot now had a really long like verticality one that takes a while to path. It takes up a lot of time. It's something different. This is not. Oh, there you go. Crisp. I think the new pool reduced the chance of hitting the it raised the average score. Yeah. Actually, I haven't even seen wanted poster come up once. Maybe there's just no wanted posters anymore. Yeah. And not one time did it hit wanted poster. Perhaps that's the method to the madness. We'll do a second character just to see if it's a fluke or not. Rotating out wanted posters makes sense. So maybe it's thematic, which is great actually if it's thematic, where basically you finished a specific set, so now it wouldn't make sense, right? It wouldn't thematically make sense to be pulling down wanted posters and stirring up, and somehow I'm in combat when you enter. I don't know why that's a thing. I didn't actually even finish the turn-in stuff for the milestones because the milestones took longer than the repeatables. Oh, I still have wanted posters. Oh boy. I guess that's an incentive to finish the milestones. If it truly prevents... Yeah, I should finish the milestone. I still gotta finish the milestones on this guy. Still gotta ignore these for now. I didn't get any of these three. The patrol wanted poster, the last set of repeatables weren't available anymore. So that's kind of nice. I mean, I'm okay with that. I trade off the first set for the second set for sure. On average, it's an increase. So we gotta turn these guys in as well. Last. Which one was this? I think this one was... What? Well, Strand was the dude, right? Oh, up here. East Plaza. Then we can take out the Ezreal. And then maybe pick up some wanted posters. Oh wait, I think I didn't pick up the weekly activities. That's fine, I guess. There are these guys. Okay. Not you guys. Someone took out this middle one, but good news is they didn't take out the ones with these in it. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, hi. All right. Off we go. The Justicar is faster than the Blade Master in terms of like doing utility stuff. It's kind of a unfortunate state of affairs. Which one was this? Where are we going with it? Oh, gotta take our wanted post. Okay. Over here. Oh, I missed one. Okay. Okay. One more poster to grab. Oh, right. Yes. That dude. That's fine. Gotta grab the last poster. Take this. Be very, very... Nope. Of course. 8 billion light years away. Yep. Such great setup. This will probably trigger the assassin thing too. By great, I mean no. Pass. Alright. Yep, and then let me guess. One of them... Okay. I was about to say. Keep me in combat for 8 billion years. Okay. Alright. I don't know where this is. And we're not doing we're not doing fighter after this. I technically can do all 3 characters, so pretty okay. Pretty okay. Still below average, so today is basically a 4 out of 10, right? Below average. It's always gonna be below average because of weeklies. Not doing weeklies. More or less. Oh, I should not turn these in yet. I want to test. I want to test the thing. The pool. Then we can pick up our historian thing. Yep, those guys are dead. Someone took them out. Switch instances. And it puts me downstairs, which is annoying as heck. Go back to East Plaza, which puts us at the top. Then we can take this guy out. Yep. Pick the orb fish thing. Okay. Back to this person. Skip. Oh, wait. Okay. Now we take ambush party. Oh no, actually no. I think that's it. Yeah, we reveal the plot of yeah. We reveal the plot. Something sinister is happening. They find out that what's his name? Sam Zestam or something is trying to corrupt a celestial, right? And then that's it. So now we hand everything in and see. Oh, we do have the activity as well. No problems, right? Yeah, so they rotate it out. I actually quite like that. Maybe it might be upgraded to a 5 out of 5, a 5 out of 10. Huh. Yeah, so they rotate out the old set to make it like kind of lore progression. I kind of like it. I think it's still 4 out of 10 because the weeklies. Let's see. Gnolls, ritual, race. So we go from gnolls to wraiths to ritual, and then leap out to do the weekly. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. It's okay. I often am curious if when they talk about like designing the dailies and weeklies, do they talk about this? Like oh, hey, if we laid it out here this way, what would people like, you know, like how does the playtest work? In terms of overall feel, I often wonder. Yes, I mean, this is bread and butter now. Should be bread and butter. Given how often this setup and this type of layout has been used across Neverwinter's history. Neverwinter Online's history. Imagine over 11 years of tweaking led to taking steps backwards. Obviously, leaderships change and keeps change. Alright, and then we're going to our wraith. Jump, jump. Need a charge. Oh, I see. Those guys are tethered to this mob down here. Interesting. Or maybe the pathing makes you go through the loop regardless if you drop down or not. Which attracts that one group. So it's really not shortcutting anything. Right. Yeah, we don't want to walk down the thing. So never mind. Just not doing the ritual yet. Oh look, the assassin stuff is up again. Bump into assassin. Come on. Nope. Drop these off. Rations. I think the ration guy is the new supply guy, right? So the ration got replaced by the supplies. Oh. So I guess we're gonna go equipment. Ritual. Oh, I forgot to do the weekly. 40, okay. And milestone is going to be next week. We do the milestone. And I expect, what I'm expecting is the conclusion. And then whatever post-week stuff there, nothing happens. That's usually how it goes. One quality of life thing would be to make Radiant Charge instant. The AoE for Justicar, Radiant Charge, or make the animation more, make the thing more reliable. Make it like the shield guy or something, I don't know. But these like mobs who have like wide radius reduce the casting time because it's comically terrible. The AoE that Justicar has. Comically. Not exaggerating. Okay. Okie dokie. Off to the ritual. Whoops. What? Go. And we'll open some lockboxes. I think we opened like 50 last time. Got like 25 open. I think I picked up 20. Yeah, we have 32. See if we get the now nerfed companion and or the mount. All right. Straight into, haven't bumped into assassin. Oh, there's the assassin. You just defeat self, takes you to the nearest point, and then bypass the assassin. Can't be bothered. Super quick. Alright, so supplies, there were 2 over here. 1 tucked in the corner. Okay. So 1 here. 1 here. Actually, going in the reverse direction might be. Let's head this way instead. Yeah. There's 1 in here. Actually, don't know if there's 1 over here. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. And there's 1 more. That'd be pretty nice. Don't see 1 on this side. Nope. So we take out these guys. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, like this range for radiant charge. That red box, radiant charge. And then reduce the animation time by at least half. That would be fantastic. Quality of life change for improvements for Justicar. It's not like Radiant Charge does a lot of damage or anything like that. At most, I could see it as a utility to knock down things, but it's completely its casting time is terrifyingly long. It gets cancelled all the time because of that. It leaves you vulnerable, and still you can be knocked out of it. I mean, even giving it invulnerability when you cast is probably an improvement on it. I just have no use. The use is not great, and its targeting is unreliable because its casting time is so ridiculous. I would even take the grounded effects of Serpent, the Serpent artifact, be ascribed to the Radiant Charge. Guess we're gonna do the thing last. Okay. So we have trolls. Oh, there's the evoker and cat. No, I think it was just luck. We got lucky in the RNG. Oh. The evokers, conjurers, illusionists, the key. That does kind of look like it lines up with the second half. But we didn't get that at all. So it is random, sort of. For a tank, the nice thing about tanks is you can just roam around and collect all the trolls. Come on, guys. Stop resetting the one time you want them to have. The times that you want. Yeah, see, that canceled the mount power. And I mean, that just happens to radiant charge, period. Immune, maybe like immune to most CCs while radiant charges up is probably a nice thing at minimum. Okay, Vanishing Act is not great. Very not great. I think Vanishing Act is C tier. C. Not F, but it's C. Because illusionists and summoners are butt hits. And their drop rate is not guaranteed. They drop a rune. Or whatever is dropping the rune is not. Maybe the big guys are the ones. No, it's illusionists and invokers. Not the apprentice, yeah. Not apprentices. Just wanted to check. Sometimes it's kind of wider than it says. Because they share like creature types. Don't want to go near that circle. Toxic. All those guys are linked together, so they form a circle exactly enough distance to cause you to have to walk around and not be able to hit them with AoE. I have no idea where that's come from. You have to like clear nearly the whole place. I think you actually have to clear the circle. I might actually downgrade this too. No, you might be able to get away with not touching them. Yeah, actually. Also, Illusionist's like attack still goes off even after death. Like little detail. Annoying. Is there another guy down here? Nope. You actually have to take care of those guys. Oh, wait. Yep. Unless you can interact with the same guy. Let's find out. Nope, just kidding. Nice. That guy's forever having his soul sucked out. Now let's do the... Tank, LFG, ASOD plus experience. Amazing. If I run. Alright. This is actually slower on the Justicar. Largely because it's single target. Tanks have... Well... I would say the Sentinel's single target was alright. Until some wonderful champ thought it was the best idea to balance or make tanks weaker by thinking that saying, oh no, but it's gonna be compensated and all that stuff with new variety. Nope, took the variety right out of the bag. One of those things. Imagine balancing by removing utility from a role that is non-competitive. And then ever since then, there have been like 3 or 4 modules trying to like band-aid the situation by having more gear focused to tanks and healers. Like the great band-aid, you have to run dungeons with abysmal percentages. Anything to increase playtime, I suppose. Okay. And oh, it actually spawns here. It's convenient. Alright. Race. Okay, I'm getting the feel. Ritual. Yeah, so new pool. The pool gets changed up. Not bad, not bad. And here, Where are we at? 25? Okay. Prisoner. Prisoner is where wraiths are. That's nice. Prisoner, wraith, and ritual. I can drop down quickly for the ritual. And then go to the prisoner, which also overlaps with the wraith. I do the ritual because East Plaza is a teleporting spot, so you can get on top of it regardless of how far you are. Alright, here we are again. Okay. Yeah, we TP to East Plaza. Take the elevator down. No more wanted posters. I think wanted posters, yeah. 0 tier. Well, F tier because of heroics are worse and Enebarath is worse. But the worst of the repeatables. No wanted posters. What a game changer. Enough for me to upgrade from a 3 out of 10 to a 4 out of 10. This one is a C. But the Wraith thing is not a C. The Wraith thing is B. B on average. The Prisoner is a C. But we're on our Paladin, so. It's alleviated by having a charge skill. Charge skill and not bounding slam. Bounding slam. That's another thing that needs a quality of life change that they failed to change. They changed it, quote unquote changed it. Didn't really change anything. I remember I was really excited that, oh, they're taking away sentinel slashing and AP gain. I'm like, all right, that's fine. In exchange for something that speeds up the maybe, because they said they were gonna fix bounding or change bounding slam. Basically nothing changed. Still clunky, inaccessible. That's a quality of life change to Sentinel that I have yet to wait for. Change Bounding Slam to Radiant Slam and just keep calling it Bounding Slam. The one thing about Sentinel Slash is the whole Sentinel Slash thing is it gains access to charging a Savage Advance, which allows you to reposition without using something like Mighty Leap or something, or using your Punishing Charge, which is your aggro button. You always stay ahead of DPS, right? Stay ahead of DPS. You have the skills. You can have the skills to stay ahead of DPS. Alternatively, you know, a belligerent dev that tries to defend the Sentinel Slash change would be like, well, it's a skill issue because the DPS should be waiting for the tank. Like, well, the tank may not have to wait for the DPS if you didn't make the change. One's proactive, the other one is victim blaming. And then maybe someone will mention something like, "Well, but what about the fighter? The fighter doesn't have, the fighter has threatening rush. It's a little bit clunkier than Radiant Slam, but the fighter, the Guardian fighter, also the Vanguard has 2 charges, not 1. Charges are more reliable than leaping, and punishing charge. And that's still not their aggro mechanic. Their aggro mechanic's the anvil. Also, they have a range, so they can shield throw, right? Shield throw. And Justicar has Bane and Smite, which are range. Okay. Wraith, rations. Okay. Okay. Undead. Nice. Ambush. Oh, no. I think it's RNG. It was RNG. We just had very good RNG. The pools didn't change. Because we just got patrol. So not getting wanted poster is kind of funny. Yeah, we got patrol just now. We only have to finish 2. So we're gonna go with undead and the patrol. Excuse me, 1 HP guy. Right? Should be 1 right there. Could have went east to take out the undead. Thralls, I think, are considered. Where are you guys? There you are. Oh wait, they summon undeads. That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna get knocked off. Yep, because poison counters, in my opinion, another quality of life. Poison damage counters should not count towards the dismount. Dots should not count as dismount damage. Also, dots should not interrupt interactions. Pretty sure thralls are considered undead. Let's see. Otherwise, we just go. Let's see. I'm kind of curious. Yeah. They're listed under thrall, but they're zombie thralls. This is the most reliable spread of stuff. Low HP too. Okay. Just the zombie ones though, not the regular ones. There are thralls that are not zombies in this group. Only the zombie ones. The Zambonis. Oh. I thought there were 15. Oh, okay. There we go. Alright. And that's it. We did 2 characters. It's kind of painful for the Dreadnought, but it's not that bad. You just OTK, you just off yourself, defeat you on the assassin, speeds things up. What was that? 45 minutes as well. Not bad. We're not gonna do a 3rd character. I think I got enough information on the 2. Pretty brisk. So it was pure luck. Pure luck that I didn't encounter the wanted posters. Maybe those are not in the cycle. All right. Compensation, 5 keys. Oh yeah, this is the compensation thing because it was retroactively gimped. And that's fine. You get 5 keys. Neat. I sold some stuff. Okay. Alright, and speaking of neat, how many keys do I have on this? 13. I don't have enough keys on this guy to reach the milestone. So let's throw... Well, let's open the 13 and then we'll open the rest on the barbarian, right? Alright, let's see if we get the stuff. What number are we on? It's before 50. Okay. Below average. You look kind of nice. Below average. Ooh, that's good. Above average. Below average. Very below average. Non-existent. And bonus reward was non-existent. I'll take keys though. But this is easily one of the, like, this is low. This is 0, 0. Ah, that makes up for it. Pretty good, pretty good. Got 5 more keys. Pretty good. This is above average, the most common above average. I think Devil Precision is nice. Yeah, that's good. That's well above average. Meh. Very meh. Meh. Alright. So how many do we have left? It's either 75 or a mythic. 75 or a mythic, whichever comes first. Go over here. Open the others. And then we wait till the next lockbox. I do 75 because I could do 75 at each lockbox. Because this guy has 130 keys. Yeah, it's usually rolling over a little bit. Right. Rage of Flames. Which one is that? Oh, this one's really good. That's well above average. Demonic Power is not. That is below. Or that's meh. Meh. That's below average. That's 0 value. Average. 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 Meh. Meh. If you keep hitting these, fine. A white owlbear. Pretty meh. We're running out of chances. Ugh. Yee. An axe beak. Last key. Yep, that's it. All we got. Off to the next month. Right? No mythic this time. We got a mythic last time. It's kind of like every other. Yeah, that's it. I already did my random queues actually. Oh no, I didn't do my random queues. Maybe we do a bonus? What time is it? We got 25 minutes. I will queue into an RTQ and see if it's the new one, so I could show something from the new thing. Maybe. All right. Now let's just queue into this. Oh. There we go. I mean, they just happen to be looking for someone, so let's see. I could show off what the assets look like. If it lands on... I didn't even think about the trial at all. Usually I wait till the story says what the trial is, but what is it called? Shackles of Divinity. I mean, let's see if it hits Shackle of Divinity. It's hit Shackle of Divinity like 4 times, actually, already. 4 out of the 6 days. 4 out of the 6 days it hit Shackle. It looks cool. I really like all the... I even... My favorite... I think one of the cool, nice things is the bomb. The skull bomb reticle. I really enjoy that. The skull bomb reticle is pretty cool. The soak reticle may require still TLC because I still feel like people don't understand that. And then there's those little fun patterns. There are lots of fun patterns with like a box constructed out of tiny circles and then a few circles in the middle, but you can stay in the inside of the box. The sword animation is pretty cool. There's a lot of cool things in the trial. The trial looks really nice. The intermediate platforming is exciting. The hiding behind the wall, I like it. The trial's pretty good. It's disappointing that it's tiered like that, and obviously it's still a trial, so the most entertainment you get. Actually, I would argue that the vast majority of people probably encounter that largely through the RTQ. Can we get it? Oh, there we go. We did it. It's like 80% of the time. Maybe they did it deliberately. I don't know. It could be deliberate. Where there's a higher chance of rolling, because I rolled into this most of the time. At least this week. The last 2 weeks, actually. And then there's always someone that's gonna say, lol, this is my first time, or I don't know what to do, and please stay. Like there are actual groups that they line up, and then you land on this, the last group, and the person was like, please stay, like don't leave, don't worry, we'll get this. Like that's kind of the mentality, right? And these are LFG groups, not random groups. And then now they're just chatting now about the mechanics and stuff, and it comes down to just avoid red zones, kill red ball mobs, avoid red, and then jump back up and stand behind a wall, right? But the thing is, I honestly am not that curious to look at an advanced or a master run to see how it differs. Actually, because it's irrelevant. But look, we can have a look. This is no matter what, a tank can't immune this, so that's to demonstrate that. And then they do the what is it? Valkyrio targets the tank with the blade. Although that guy is using, and then I like this reticle is pretty cool. It's different from the soak one to tell you that, oh, you wanna, yeah, and you can't avoid this, the pushback. This one, like, lots of red, pretty cool, really neat. I'm under the impression that tanks are always on the east side just to stay away from things, because those things stash back in. And then now there's the anti-melee one. I mean anti-range one. And then now we have the little tiny beams, right? It's a spectacle. Trials are a really wonderful spectacle. And now we drop off. I'm over here. Drop off down here. You're supposed to be doing this, but you could just wait. Or use a shift. You jump off and you shift. But since if you're a tank, like me, you can't do that, obviously. You can't negate fall damage by shifting. Oh, and I'm on the other side. So I'm just gonna take this guy. Right? And I'm gonna beep this guy. And I'm gonna run towards the team. And then they're gonna go the opposite direction. Continue to go the opposite direction of me. Okay, someone wised up and decide, no, they're just gonna, okay. We're just gonna make this a fun little ring around the rosy. Kind of funny. Like, how much money would you bet that no pain giver looks backwards? Someone did look back, but I think that was it. It might have been the healing lock. This part is cool. I like it. I think this trial. Oh yeah, we can't stand on the runes. That's right. You keep getting knocked back. Stop! I'm too close. Alright. And then we hide behind the wall, which is neat. I love it. A neat trial. I wonder what other mechanics are omitted. If there are any mechanics. Never run ASOD, please. Yep. That's some elitist talk right there. Because that guy probably had run ASOD and then they're making like a comment like, oh, you guys have no idea what to do. Like IQ is 8 points. That's the type of comment you get all the time. Not even related to ASOD. Like any of the trials, it's like, oh hey, look, people are dumb, and then meanwhile they're in the group, and somehow whoever is making those comments think that they're the exception of ignorance. That's Neverwinter vets. That's the people that these trials are designed for. That's the type of attitude. And what I mean by that is it's not everyone, obviously. It's the when it comes to bad actors and loudest minority voice. Like someone just typed like never run, never hostess because some person keeps touching the runes. Like, yeah. I think it was me actually. I kept touching the little thing, but I thought I was maybe far enough from the steps. I was not. You have to admit how ironic that comment is, right? How do you become used to knowing the mechanics, running them, but because of the tier system, right, it creates a mentality like that. Please leave the boss where they are. Don't grab them all. Nah. Well, that's what you like to think. And I'm just gonna take them and keep them here. Yeah, we take the boss into the front door. It's who said it? Let me guess. DPS? DPS. Yeah, see, you know what? I'm just gonna run towards the wall. Neat. Dead. Of course. Who would have thought? Thank you, professional pain giver who knows the tendency of people's movement speeds. Of course the other tank died. Never run advance. Yeah, I would echo. You should never run advance, Saad. Actually, probably not say much anyway. Oh, look. More peeps having problems getting... Because they're all scattered. The group, the new people are all scattered. Went whichever direction they wanted. Can't block this. Oh, wait. Maybe I can block it. Interesting. I didn't get knocked back there. Huh. I'm not surprised. The person who thinks they can DPS and they're on top, dictating and making comments about intelligence. Well, there you have it. Oh, we can see her like. Neat, right? Very neat looking. Celestials are cool. Very cool. It has like twinges of, oh, you can speak to her. I was to suffer corruption that would rend my essence, and I felt every waking moment of it. My soul is weakened, it aches, yet I stand because of you. No words can convey the depths of my gratitude for this. I pledge to watch over you until my debt is paid. This I swear. May Ilmater cast me down if I break this oath. Interesting. It reminds me a lot of the Zariel stuff. That's a pretty good shot. Yep. Oh, and no rerolls, so you just pick it up and go. That's it. Perfect. Perfect icing. Some might even say it was calculated. Alright. Other than the a guy who has a stick up his butt. That looks about right. It's pretty common. I think if you do as many random queues over time, like I don't think feelings were hurt or anything like that. Like no one else was upset. IQ comments and whatnot happen all the time, especially in random queue. There's always that one guy, or 80% of the time there's that one or two guys like, hey, wow, the IQ of this group is 50. Almost and then someone would chime in with their comment about, oh, but there are a few people who have 100 IQ. They're talking about item levels. Like this would be 100 IQ. I'm not entirely sure if they know how intelligent quotient scales work, but yeah, there you have it. That's the new trial, the normal new trial. I could sit here. We have like 8 minutes, so I could see if there's a non experience requirements ASOD. I doubt it. It's completely dead, so to speak. No LFGs. There you have it. All right, so let's wrap up. Today was great. I actually, overall, luck was involved. Super great. No complaints, right? Still a 4 out of 10. Right, 4 out of 10, slightly below average. Lack of weeklies. No balance, no change to specific things like assassin scale down or something like that, or the Neveroth scale down, something like that. I think this module requires a few TLCs, and maybe even a quality of life patch change, but no QOLs. I feel whenever there's a new module, at least the first 4 or 5 weeks, there are chances. There are often chances for quality of life changes to either the UI or the player experience, or possibly a little slight tweak to the classes, Paragon changes. But in this case, from this week to this week, no, there haven't. And once it hits the honeymoon period, which is after the 4th milestone, rarely will you see any changes happen. It'll be working on the next thing, I suppose, or there currently. And maybe fix typographical errors here and there. A lot of times it's to remove potential exploits or bugs and whatnot. Places that are potentially weak, like removing a mechanic if it can lead to a weird interaction that causes the boss to disintegrate or something. Oftentimes players do end up discovering certain weird interactions. One fun one would be, I still remember, like for an example, in terms of trials, I still remember Crown had a hole in the gate, so you can respawn and just slip through the gate, so there's no like actual physical barrier to re-entering the trial after being taken out. So that's a fun one. I don't remember any other bigger ones. I think this one was pretty funny. So you're not dead, like when you get knocked out, you just slip through the gate. Slip through the gate. This one, I think there might have been a mechanic. It's like one mechanic, and then they changed up some of the area effects and L's and whatnot. Purely, I think, very minimal cosmetic tweaking, and then probably scaled some things back because normal was like that. And then advanced probably scaled back a little, and then they probably scaled up the masters. That's usually the dichotomy in this game. Those who do masters are already overly chunking the trials, as opposed to the polar opposite. So I think what often contributes to this case is that less and less players and less quality of life things are made towards the lower end, at the expense that they are viewed irrelevant to the majority of the consistent player base. The majority of the consistent player base is not interested in quality of life changes that would promote new players. In fact, a lot of times it is the experienced players that make up 95% of the toxicity that is involved in player queues that are involving new players or inexperienced players. What I mean by that is it's still a smaller number of it. I'm gonna say of the average 600-700 players across the clock, it's usually like 400 during this time ish, and 800 or like 1,000 towards the European European afternoons, and so around 6 p.m. GMT, like 6 p.m. GMT, or like 4 to 6 p.m. GMT, and then around this time is about 400. However, of those, I would say 15 to 20% of them are almost exclusively experienced players that make comments about that's openly toxic, like uninstall please, or I'll only play if you actually know how to play, or things like can we get some DPS, like I would pay someone to get DPS. That comes from like a tank or a healer. So it still makes up, let's say, 2 out of 10 of the veteran players, but of all the toxicity, 9 out of 10 of them, so of the 20%, 90% of the 20% of comments come from veteran or the remaining players. And that's not to say that there's something that's inherently making it toxic. Those are the most consistent players, so you will bump into them fairly frequently as an overrepresentative. I think whenever I do RTQs and stuff, even here during this time, this is exactly about roughly plus or minus 1 hour is when I start doing the random queues. The vast majority of time, nothing is said, but the ones who say something the moment you look at their character, they would be someone from a master's run, or someone who's up to date on gear, or someone who has access to that privilege. And then the other side of the spectrum, they don't say anything. The vast majority don't say anything because they just vibe the game. It's a live service game. That's kind of usually the behavioral pattern. So that's the experience. Now, how does this work? It works just like that. You see LFG, knock it in. That's what you got. If you see an advance or master call, it will have the plus experience tagline. So if you're not part of a guild or something, or an alliance, and then you just happens to be around when there are spots or something like that, then free-form queuing is not going to provide it. I am not part of an active guild, largely because there are no guilds, or there are like, as much as they want to say, there are no consistent 90 percentile guilds in this time zone. Most of the guilds are consolidated into activities across the sea. So if you're playing at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and later, most of the activities that require people are mixed bag, going to be a mixed bag realistically. And oftentimes those who are still playing either woke up on the wrong side of the bed, when your interactions are going to be either, I'm going to say 90% of the time, of two variants: people who woke up in the wrong side of the bed, or people who have ample time while you are running out of time. So when you queue up, it'll be someone who refuses to play because, I don't know, they just got up and they think that there's a high standard to be expected, and then if you get queued up, some people are ready to go to bed while they are ready for their day. And then those who get up on the wrong side of the bed are people who they finally got their weekend and they want fast runs. They want to do their RTQs and stuff really, really quickly. How do I know that? Usually, if you stay up at 6 a.m., that's the reset time local. And I usually sleep after 6 a.m. So then right when 6 a.m., right when reset time hits, there's a huge surge of individuals who want to get their runs in very, very quickly. And that's how I kind of calculate and understand what is the distribution. Generally speaking, it's like clockwork. Around reset time is when you have the highest volume, so you can squeeze it in. You can be like me and stay up till 6 a.m. EST, or get up at 6 a.m., do your random queues, and that's it. Like, that's about the most activity. Then you can do all your solo stuff, like the weekly hauls and stuff at your leisure. And then around 12 p.m. EST is the high volume situation where if you're not part of a guild or alliance, you can get fill spots. And those fill spots are likely going to allow you to witness, advance, and trial queues at the cost of likely being the one being blamed for being incompetent, and at the site of being pointed as the point of failure. So when you enter those groups, if you are part of a partially filled guild or alliance, you are the problem when things fail. So or you join their guild and you do the guild run thing, then there will be silent passive aggressive finger pointing kind of thing going on, unless you're part of the elite guilds, which I guess that's still a thing, where they already have pre-designated all their choices and player pool. So that's what they do each time, and those are more like exclusive stuff. Those are privilege positions. That's kind of the general summary, I suppose. I'm being a little bit reductive here. I'm trying to cover what are the likely experience cases? And for my experience cases, in another 6 hours, when I go and write and do language learning and whatnot, in 6 hours time, I will hop on here, get 2 queues or 3 queues if people are feeling frisky. So like if trial queue lines up, I queue up as a healer or a tank, and then RDQ queue up it's instant. Like it's very quick. 15 minutes there, 15 minutes there, 30 minutes, and you wrap up. That's enough for 100k Astro Diamonds. And then from time to time, I would log in midday, and the comments that I made today are 90% of the experience. There's gonna be 1 or 2 people who insult other people indirectly or make commentary as though like they're not talking about anyone personally, but that's part of their behavior. Their behavioral pattern is to state the obvious and then to be heard. Like for example, if the whole team dies and the mechanic is based on the whole team's experience, someone's gonna make a comment like, well, that was a wrong one. I didn't do anything wrong. It was my team. But this is a non-competitive game. But that's kind of how that works. And then there will be 3 people that stay silent, and then there'll be someone that says something like, man, you think players are smart enough to talk when they're confused. Well, you don't know that, obviously. You can't confirm if any of the players that are on the team are confused or not. Just because they don't say anything, that's not a confirmation of your suspicions, right? If 4 players say nothing and 1 player says, wow, our team is stupid, that doesn't imply that the other 4 are stupid. That's the speaking dynamics of LFG groups. When you bump into alliance groups, you'll know. They'll say looking for 2. They start with looking for 2, maybe just to fill in. And then you'll see that they talk to each other to some extent. And then there will always be 1 person who says, man, who picked up this trash? Or like, oh, this person is a outside guild. This is an LFG pickup. This is a pug pickup. They don't usually use that type of light language. It's a little bit more emotional or more personal attack. Like, look at this guy's gear. I bet this guy's never played this run. Oh, hey, you didn't pick up an experienced player. We should have picked up an experienced player so that we could save 5 minutes. That kind of thing. Very, very common. That's I wanted to share some of the different experiences. It's irrelevant if your experience with a game or someone who plays a lot, or there isn't a very strong metric or legacy to know who is experienced enough to do something and who is not. However, I think the game is conditioned to believe certain metrics are useful. Like, for example, evaluating someone's item level equivalent to their IQ. That's definitely one of the memes that people joke about, but they totally embrace, in my opinion. Some of the comments and the problem-solving skills, well, I like to think that the vast majority of Neverwinter players nowadays are still the older players, but their cynicism, at least their cynicism, reflects that. However, regardless of that, I think the vast majority of people don't talk to each other like humans on these games as well. And I would say that it's not entirely the devs' responsibility, but lots of the dev designs, when I talk about live service models and their quality of life changes, lots of devs designs create this behavior, in my opinion. They contribute to this behavior. They enable behavior that creates segregation. And that's acceptable, provided the game has enough population to cater to that. So, new players, New players, they play this game for a bit. Get to this point. I actually think a lot of times whenever a new module drops with a trial, less new players even come back for this stuff. They wait until there's some sort of like smaller group project thing to do. And even then, these still have master tiers and advanced tiers that when you see them, it's like, well, why play a game when you only have access to partial content, right? You might be thinking, well, they just got to get good. And when you get good, you get the privilege of playing content. Generally speaking, nowadays, games, that would be considered accessibility shared responsibility. And it would be under accessibility. Developers are not free of trying to develop games in which that accessibility promotes players to get good or what have you. So I think master tiers, the way master tiers and advanced tiers are being worked and how gear are distributed, that is not the case. Especially big gaps in gear quality, tiers. It's one of those things. It's built on the idea that if you have money, you make more money. The poor stays poorer, the rich gets richer. That's the type of tier mechanics that, in my opinion, the philosophy ends up producing. Whatever the cryptic philosophy now is, I don't actually know what their intent is. I don't interview or have the privilege to interview developer, get their like perspective. Whatever the design philosophy is, the leadership creates larger and larger gaps between seeing even possibilities, like recommending a game, like should you pick up Neverwinter? I don't usually say things like you should or you shouldn't. If I describe this stuff, right? If I describe what you can do, and if you can do it, that's what I'm describing. So does that sound like it's a game that you can recommend people to pick up? If I had to be my own critic, I would say no. When someone says the major majority of your experience is that you're going to get to a point where you are excluded from content, not because of your skill or your competence or your ability to learn something. It is excluded because you weren't there to begin with. You weren't part of getting there. Then that to me sounds like a done deal for not playing a game, because every time content is released, there's already an exclusion clause to it. You aren't playing the game for its content, like for a bunch of its content or the end result. And to me, I think a very classic motivation to play video games nowadays, which I kind of disagree with. I play video games for the academic pursuit, but I can definitely sympathize with someone who plays games to reach the goals of the content. And this stuff is completely barred immediately. So if you were to pick up the game and someone asks, can I play the good stuff, the end stuff, the end game? The answer is no. You are statistically unlikely to play long enough, nor even have control over whether you play the end stuff or not. Not at this point. So, while I can't recommend people to do it, where there's a will, there's a way, in my opinion. So you can most definitely get here and do those things. I'm not one of them. So I'm not a player that can do that, despite playing the game for more than 11 years. Largely because I don't, it's okay. I'm not missing much. This is live service. Live service meets a poor understanding of how goal-oriented people are. the more the goalpost is unachievable out of people's control, the more likely that it is viewed as something not recommended to people to pick up. So for now, just to wrap things up, for now, maybe the next module will be different. That's what I can say. Actually, I was far more positive when Mount Honao was around, where like this was at least like, is it a good time to pick up this game? Yeah, it is actually. If you do Mount Honao, you might start fresh when Pirate Skyhold drops, and you might just straight up time yourself with Skyhold and you get a chance for Masters and stuff. Is it a great time to pick up Neverwinter now? No, absolutely not. In my opinion, absolutely not, because it's a trial module. A trial module is for all the loyal players that are around for now. You probably get an insult thrown in your face as a bonus. So, and this one was still not that great because it was I really liked the mechanics in Dread Sanctum. I love what they were going for with the crystallized thing, and then you had to orchestrate order and whatnot. However, that also means how dynamic and complex the dungeon is. It also means that you are also likely to be excluded from it because it's punishing. The more punishing it is, the less likely that it's a module that you would recommend getting into. To contrast this, Clear Obscure, when I say what's a great first-person experience, like a single-player experience that gives you all the greatness of RPG and knowing when timing is, it Clear Obscure, regardless of skill level. Clear Obscure. And you're wondering, well, it's not a multiplayer game. It's like, go and watch other people and talk to them about Clear Obscure. That's probably as much interaction you would get from Neverwinter Online. You have people sitting around talking about doing these runs, and you can't do them. So go and watch a YouTube video is what you would get most of the time from anyone who's running them. Your experience is vicarious. And Clear Obscure is not. You can do that. That's kind of nice. I mean, heck, Elden Ring. Night Rain is around the corner. You can go for that. Yeah, I'm sure they have like a random queue system for the 3-player things. I really thought here's a hot potato. If they're going to a 3-member system, the Trinity, right? Maybe abandon or place pause on Trials and do a 3-5 system, or 3-6 system. Basically, you have the Trinity, a tank, healer, and a DPS kind of dungeon. So the Trinity, and then you double up 2-2-2 format, which means that the power dynamics and the representation is distributed evenly across the board. They get 2-2-2 where one tank fails, then one tank can take over, etc. Right? So there's no single point of failure anymore. And there's quite a lot of that. Either that, or you distribute the responsibility literally by people. So having a three-party dungeon system with one role, embracing the true Trinity, healer, tank, and DPS, then that can offset the power dynamics of behavior. I would be floored, and it would be interesting. I would talk about it for days if the next module releases the first three-player dungeon that features a 1-1-1 format It's very jarring, and it's incredibly biased, elitist, and statistically hard to ignore that pain givers have the most toxic, likely toxic behavior in this game. But that's not because they're intentionally malicious, in my opinion. I think the game design kind of reinforces the privilege or the entitlement of doing that. So I don't think it's one-folded a problem. When you think you're really good, then you're good. When you think you're really bad, then it's the other person who's doing the same task that's the problem. As a tank and a healer, you rarely say that. When you enter trials, there are fewer people to blame and deflect your responsibility, and there are even more people you can deflect as a pain giver. So, and you might be thinking, well, those pain givers could play tanks and healers. It's more about the majority behavior frequency. So what happens then is when you find out the toxic healer ends up being largely a majority pain giver player, then you can't discern whether it's because of the roles of the pain giver and the support overriding which one's more dominant, right? And oftentimes I encountered a situation last time where someone said, oh, I can't DPS, so they wanted to heal and they were barking orders. And I'm like, are you sure you didn't want to DPS? It's like, well, we don't have any DPS. Like, then why didn't you DPS? So there's a lot of telltale signs in these dynamics. But I would be excited. I think there requires a quality of life change and a design choice change in the future. Maybe fingers crossed. Shocked next module is the first three-player dungeon. Some of the modern games, when it comes to like dungeon running, uses the Holy Trinity instead, just the Trinity in general with no redundancies. So 1-1-1, or 2-2-2 format. Or they just completely abandon it and make everyone fill the Trinity. So every class, every player has the ability to be a solo carry, and that would like conflict with the overall design of this game. So that's not an option. But 1-1-1 would be fantastic. Yeah, some thoughts. I've become numb to this, so if it sounds like all this stuff seems very aggressive or personal, it's not. I hope I didn't come off as too personal. If you think you're a better player and your behavior and you're an exception to the rule and stuff, like that's perfectly fine. I don't think I'm saying anyone is intentionally malicious. The idea is to understand systems and be aware what is happening. I like to think people play video games not to hurt other people. They usually play video games either for self-satisfaction, possibly indirectly at the expense of other players, or they're there to play with other players. So there's a conflict of interest can occur despite not being malicious about games. Like, I want this loot creates a conflict of interest with someone else who wants this loot. Loot rolling. That's what a system like loot rolling creates. Auction house. Things are bind on equip. That creates price manipulation based on privilege and accessibility. That is part of a systems that create behavior, and behavior that reinforce the systems. Let me give you an example. We take any of these rings, right, that are BOE. Let's just take this one. Watcher's Gaze. I'm not even sure there. I'm not even sure Watcher's Gaze is available. Okay, so there isn't one. Let's try Dominion. There you go. This is you, Cryptic. Not anything else. This is you, Cryptic. Right. So that's how you go about it. While the player does contribute to this, so does the developer. And that's one of the things that I like to connect or observe. No hard feelings. You change it. You try to change it. Come up with a different design. Test the different output. Tweak the inputs and outputs. And to do that, you have to be aware of or observe what is happening, right? Can I buy these things? Oh yeah, I can buy these things. Do I want to? No, because if you wait for the next module, it might all change again. So these people are amassing these things and they can regulate it all they want. You only sell one at a time if they're the only source, right? For me, that doesn't even, like, to me is irrelevant if I am not going towards that content. Having it doesn't satisfy me at all. So despite having ample resources, I do not derive some sort of pleasure from gatekeeping and equipment keeping. But certainly amassing some virtual currency is not necessarily a product of the players themselves, the intrinsic players themselves. I would say the developer and the developer history and the publisher history, if they have some like input on this type of thing. The negligence, if you think like, if you're complaining or blaming or deflecting, it's all of the above, right? This, when you see this, you see, well, let's go play Clear Obscured, right? Or just wait for GTA 6. And you might be saying, but that's a different type of game. But we're talking about player satisfaction now. In fact, I would say sometimes player satisfaction is so strong that they are more likely to play a game that they're unfamiliar with than a game that is right down their alley. I think over time that has changed quite a bit. Like, can you play the content is a really big question. When someone says, oh, hey, by the way, the base game is $60, the DLC is $40 and it's time limited. Pass. Like, more likely the players are going to pass, because if you don't have access to the game, it's on a lot of times is an all or none. Can I gain access to all the game eventually or not? And Master's Trials is no. Advanced Trials, maybe. Regular things that take more than 5 players, maybe. Yep. There you go. A few hot takes to throw in. No hard feelings, just observations. If I had a lot of hard feelings, or if I'm too sensitive, then I think it only takes one interaction with a random solo queue. Where someone call you garbage because this is the first time you're playing a dungeon, and that should be sufficient to drive that player away from this game. And that usually is what happens. I don't know if either side is warranted on that. There was one time, I'll give you an anecdote. There was one time a player refused to play because me, as the healer, spent more time charging my Hand of Divinity to shield people than applying damage to a boss. Like, we're just doing a random dungeon queue, and this person decided if the healer is not going to deal damage because they should be able to, I'm not going to deal damage, and I'm just going to sit here and whine and delay everyone, so everyone loses in the game, as opposed to if they're going to lose time, they're going to make sure everyone lose time in addition. I would say that happens about 25% of the time. So this is a kind of an extreme case where someone looks at a 5-player group and the healer has done 0 damage, and they're like, the healer isn't doing anything. Like, what do you think those blue bars are? And then the other 3 players just go on about their business. So eventually they complete. So the whiny player still lost time, but everyone else lost time. But the other 3 don't care. And I just continue doing the same thing, right? I heal without, like, does it speed up me to do 2% damage to a mob? Probably not. Does it even affect anyone if there wasn't any healer? No, it doesn't. A random dungeon queue does not require a healer most of the time. So no trinities, right? No distribution of equal responsibility. There's just this guy standing there throwing a temper tantrum in the corner, thinking that a healer's responsibility is to do exactly what that person wants. Yep. That's it. That's a little bit of a downer, but I look forward to tomorrow. We have the last milestone, and it sets up the context of, what was the celestial's name? Valkyriel. So we get to see what is Valkyriel's relationship with other celestials like Zariel and whatnot, maybe. All right, and well, next week, right? Another whole week. I'll be back tomorrow in this slot. Maybe we'll play some Clear Obscure. I need to wrap up Clear Obscure for the month. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. You can try Neverwinter. It's free to play, of course. It's a live service game. You can prove me wrong. That's great. If you can prove me wrong and you can recruit more players to Neverwinter, all the better. All the better. If you completely disagree with me that you can grow this game by continuing to do these models, do it. I want to see the player count go up, because I still play this game, so I want to see the player count go up. It's sliding, but it's the typical sliding. When things stay stagnant, you plateau and you slide, right? So it's a normal slide. Like, the game didn't do anything. The developers didn't take a risk that caused great divisive opinions, nor did they do anything to dramatically change the course. They're steering the course towards the end of the life cycle of this game. If you think that I'm talking way out of my butt and that's not true, and none of these things contribute to the state of the population of the game, I really, really hope that you guys can change it. Change the course of the game, like maybe even convince a large influencer to be like, yeah, this game's awesome. Let's just have this influencer use their charisma to bring, like, Neverwinter on the up, and then continue to fuel whatever Cryptic believes is feeding their game, right? And then that would give Cryptic all the affirmation, maybe the confirmation that whatever design they have works, and it was the people's fault. It was my fault for genuinely being complicit or refractory. Maybe it was the whole problem was to replace players like me who are cynical or misconstruing the... I like to be proved wrong in the situation. A lot of times when I have to sound negative, I want someone else to come in to demonstrate that I am being negative or being overly deterministic, and they can prove me wrong, right? Because I want someone to change the course of Neverwinter. I want to say that it's here, like someone recorded, here are my 100 random queues, and that is not the case. 99 of the had really wonderful people who constantly talk to each other and don't bicker about fails and are always supporting each other. I want to see that. I genuinely want to see that. So if you're someone who's very strong, righteous indignation and all that, like prideful and whatnot, use it. Make the game not what I'm seeing, and that's great. Like, I'll join you. If there's someone that says I can raise the morale, I can impact Cryptic's current design, I can create a new leadership that changes and focuses on quality of life and expanding new players, spearhead influencers or content creators that are more focused on advertising a game to a wider audience instead of pandering to an audience that don't really have an interest. They don't have an interest. Not that they are malicious or purposely sabotaging. They just don't have an interest. It doesn't interest them. So yeah, I welcome the next person who can prove otherwise. Save, or not really save, but improve Neverwinter's current state that I observe. Greatly change my perspective. I think if you know that I'm wrong, then I like to think that you also have the solution to sway me. I would say, as a weird flex, I'm fairly easily swayed by passion. And most of the design of this game and the way they communicate does not exude passion. Clair Obscur exudes passion. In fact, I still think World of Warcraft players and whatnot, World of Warcraft still exudes passion despite Blizzard's potential identity crisis in terms of their dev representation. This is business as usual. So if you have something to shake up the business, I'm all ears. Heck, I would even devote some time to being very excited again. I don't necessarily think I have been excited since the last time they tried and it did not work out. I even had an opportunity to talk to the person that had the chance to pick up things, right? All right, folks. Until next week, we'll see the conclusion of Red Harvest, right? Take care, stay safe, happy gaming, right? Enjoy your live service games in doses. I think about these things. It gives me the opportunity to share what it was like playing Neverwinter across 11 years, and I'll continue to do it. Maybe we'll see the end of Neverwinter. I'm sure I'll live it. I hope I live. Yeah. Anyways, until next time. Bye.